they are ready to tackle this from all sides. Now, that team is made up of Stella Teta. A round of applause. They have the only man on the team, Brian Izere. And Perfect Umulinga. Yes, and the opposition, or the negative, we have with us Mother Mary International School Complex. Make some noise as they step up onto the stage. Now, that team is comprised of Cindy Cassandra Ineza, a round of applause, Davin Uwase, and Leslie Isaro Isimpi. Yes, now, as I said earlier, these two teams will not be here if it weren't for their coaches. So if both of the coaches of these two teams would just stand up for recognition as well. The coaches of both sides, please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. You did a wonderful work, and now your teams are in the finals. You can have your seats. All right, so now the moment of truth has arrived. Now that everything is in place, I'd like to leave it over to the judges who will commence the debate for today. Judges, take it over.
Good afternoon. We are going to start our debate, and one thing I would like to highlight is just time. The first speakers are going to have 5 minutes, and the remaining will have 4. Then the reply speech will have 3 minutes. So our timekeeper will be giving signs as you flow through the debate. Thank you. May the winning team win. May the best.
We would like now to call upon the first speaker from the proposition side.
Before I start my speech, I want to thank Idebate, first of all, for having us here. It's been a long journey, but we are very thankful for being here. It's been hard, tears, sweat, sleepless nights, but we're finally here. I would like to thank my family and all of our teammates' families, our friends, the whole school, and the school administration who have been supporting us from the very beginning. And we hope all of this goes well, and yeah. So I start my speech. 1755, before Christ, Hammurabi's Code of Law. If a man put out the eye of another man, his eye shall be put out. Retribution. You know, living in the past will eventually rob us of our future. Good afternoon, my name is Stella Tetero, and I'm the first speaker from Team Proposition. Now, the motion today is this House believes that the primary aim of the criminal justice system should be rehabilitation, not retribution, with the keywords of the motion centering around 4 words. Firstly, being primary aim, the most important long-term intention to achieve. Secondly, criminal justice system, a system of law enforcement and all parties that deal with apprehending, convicting, and sentencing those suspected of crimes. Thirdly, rehabilitation, a theory of punishment that prevents crime and corrects offenders by altering and understanding criminal behavior. And last but not least, retribution, a theory of punishment that when an offender breaks the law, justice requires that they suffer in return, and that punishment is directly proportional to the crime. Now, Mahatma Gandhi once said, living by the standards of an eye for an eye will leave the whole world blind. Every criminal justice system in the world desires of a country where there is reduction in crime, desires of a country where there is a safe environment, and desires of creating better people for the society. That is the purpose of there being a criminal justice system in the first place. Now, Hammurabi's code or retribution is delusional and does not help us to reduce crime because the concept itself is driven by revenge. It's driven by heart, it's driven by emotions instead of logic and mind. It contradicts so much to the way rehabilitation works. And this is how rehabilitation works. We have counseling, we have correcting, we have social work. We understand criminal behavior, we understand the root cause of a crime, and we find the best solution to that crime. And retribution does none of this, hence the reason why we as Team Proposition, we do not support retribution as being a primary aim for any country's criminal justice system. And this brings me to our first argument, which is centered around the issue of recidivism. Now, this means the tendency of a criminal reoffending again. You are wondering how will rehabilitation bring forth changes in reducing recidivism? Take Norway, for example. According to BBC, Norway adopted rehabilitation 20 years ago when it was at a recidivism rate of 55%. But through rehabilitating, through understanding the root cause of a crime, counseling was introduced, social work was introduced to repair the damages caused by offenders, and now, through rehabilitation, Norway stands at a recidivism rate of 20%. That is how rehabilitation is helping us reduce the rate of recidivism. But on retribution, on the other hand, according to BBC, take, for example, United States. It has a retributive justice system. A man called Matthew Brandon, who works in criminology, said 90% of criminals will be released out of prison, and 67% of them will reoffend in a time interval of 3 years. The reason to why is this. You are not tackling the reason to why there is crime in the first place. You are warehousing mental illnesses. You are warehousing what is actually driving crime. You are not understanding it. Hence the reason to why retribution will never and has not contributed to reducing recidivism. Now, this brings me to what do we actually want in the long run? Do we want to achieve just punishing people, or do we want to achieve restoring the offender? That is what we want to focus on right now. Now, this brings me to our second argument, which is long-term sustainability. What will actually work in the long run? The reason why we're so against retribution is because we have been there. We have gone that path. After the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, Rwanda adopted retribution whereby it killed offenders in regional stadium, those who participated in the genocide. But the thing is, we dropped that kind of mentality because there was no future for the country that killed according to the crime. Now, offenders are being rehabilitated, and we are also reconciliating with the society. That is helping us reconciliate with the society. This is the reason to why we adopted unity and reconciliation and not revenge. For example, if retribution was really that effective, how do you justify the fact that it doesn't provide sustainability, by the way? How do you justify the fact that countries such as Afghanistan and Guyana are countries with the most retributive justice systems, including the death penalty, but they rank among the highest in criminal rates around the world? The reason is because you are not killing the crime, you are killing the criminal. And you want to kill the crime. We want to understand the crime. So, with all of this said, it's coming down to what we actually want to achieve. What is best for society? As I conclude my speech, for today's debate, the winning team is the team that will be able to prove what is best for society and the system. And we believe we are that team, as justice doesn't aim at vengeance or deserving or proportionality. It aims at what is best for society. Now, try a crime, you end the criminal. Treat the environment, you end the crime. Proud to propose. I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you. You talked about knowing the story of the offender. Can you really know a story of a criminal?
Yes, you can. Through rehabilitating them, which is not something I would think you would know because you are not doing it.
You think a criminal is going to open up to you, giving you the opportunity of rendering them guilty to the court?
Yes, as I told you, through rehabilitation, we have stages. It is a process. It's not something that is going to come directly. A criminal is not just going to throw themselves at you, which is why we describe it as a process. We are correcting them, and we are rehabilitating them, and we are counseling them. And through a process, we show them...
What's the basis of knowing that their story is true? What do you base on knowing that the story is true?
The credibility is this. the crime coordinates with a circumstance. And the way we know it, it's like asking a doctor, how do you know that a patient is sick? And how do you know that a patient is suffering from a particular...
How are you going to tell that the patient won't fall sick again? What is the assurance that the patient will not fall sick again?
Oh, thank you very much. The thing is, there's something called meta-analysis and utilitarianism that indicates the fact that if, let's take this very simple case study. When a patient is sick and a doctor treats them, right? The doctor, after providing the necessary treatment, he is sure that the patient will not fall sick again. And if the patient will fall sick again...
You are in the body and you know that the patient is not going to fall sick again.
Yes, exactly.
You know the body
Which is
system.
why the rates themselves show themselves that
So
they
you are saying that
won't
the
be
doctor
offending
is the
again.
body of the patient. They know that the body will not fall sick again.
Yes, through rehabilitation,
Thank you
we
very
are
much.
the
You
ones
talked about-
guiding
You talked
the
about
patients.
we're having low recidivism rate. What are the actual causes of recidivism?
The actual causes of recidivism is the fact that people are neglecting the fact that there are circumstances that guide criminal behavior, which is what retribution stands for. When we say understanding recidivism, a tendency of a criminal reoffending, the reason to why there is recidivism in the first place is because some people do not, some justice systems do not actually understand.
So you want to say
Do
that
not actually understand the reason to why there's crime in the first place.
Rehabilitation is the
Yes.
treatment to recidivism.
Yes, exactly, to reduce
Thank you
recidivism.
very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker from the proposition side. We'd like now to call upon the first speaker from the opposition.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cassandra. I'm from the opposition side, first speaker. But before I comment, I'd first like to thank, obviously, God for helped me reach here, and basically the whole Holy Family. And I also like to thank my brother. He's really the one who motivated me to go with debate, helping me with research. And if you watch this, bro, thank you. You're the best. Now, I'm moving on with my speech. Now, dear judges, as we can see here, first off, I'm Cassandra, first speaker of the opposition side, Davin as second speaker, and Leslie as third speaker. Now, it seems as though the proposition side is living through rose-colored glasses. They're not really seeing that you cannot change a criminal, which is why we, as the opposition side, reject the notion that this House believes that the primary aim of the criminal justice system should be rehabilitation, not retribution. Before I go on to explain why, I'll first start by defining the keywords, redefining them anyway. The primary aim being the principal objective, as in the first question the criminal justice system should ask is, how do we account for the crime, or what can we do to bring justice to the victim? Not how do we help the offender stop committing crimes, or how do you help the offender become a better citizen? This could be asked later on and not emphasized on. And the criminal justice system is a network of government and private agencies intended to manage, accuse, and convict criminals in order for them to integrate back into society. Rehabilitation is the reformation of a prisoner so they can reintegrate back into society. Retribution, also known as the proportionality theory, is a legally authorized approach made to a prisoner solely by the seriousness of the crime committed, meaning the punishments are proportional to the seriousness of the crimes committed. Now, we'll be talking about how rehabilitation is inapplicable and how retribution achieves the three goals of the criminal justice system as a primary aim. And we'll be basing on three things. These are the three goals of the criminal justice system: convicting and punishing the guilty, protecting the innocent, meaning victims and the society, helping the guilty stop reoffending, and we will show you, dear judges, that when retribution is used as the primary aim and rehabilitation the secondary aim of the criminal justice system, this achieves the three goals. The proposition side here told us to see what will help the society. Well, this will obviously help the society, and what they have to show us is how their plan will manage to achieve the three goals of the criminal justice system and how exactly they're trying to make it applicable. Now, moving on to my points, one of the reasons why rehabilitation cannot be used as the primary aim of the criminal justice system is because it is inapplicable as a primary aim. The criminal justice system mainly consists of three things. One is the police, the courts, and the corrections, such as the prisons and rehabilitation centers. These are the three stakeholders. The three stakeholders will not abide to this change from retribution to rehabilitation as a primary aim. This is mainly due to political influence, culture, and economic intervenience. Now, we have seen conflicts between these stakeholders, such as police brutality when the police does not abide to the court. And how will you honestly manage to make such countries like Afghanistan or North Korea abide to this change? I mean, it's inscribed in their culture, in their blood, I'd even say. I mean, we've seen the Taliban stop girls from going to school, and you're trying to tell me that you're going to bring rehabilitation in their criminal justice system, and you think that's going to work. Anyway, and let's not forget that these so-called rehabilitation centers are so expensive. I mean, if you've seen the Norway rehabilitation centers, it looks like a villa. I mean, you could go there for vacation. And not to forget that the normal prisons, I mean, they like to call it the torture prisons are way less costly than the rehabilitation centers, which is why this is inapplicable. And real quick, to refute what the first proposition side said, saying an eye for an eye is retribution. She basically wanted to say that it's retribution, right? Yes. So just to let you know, an eye for an eye is revenge, and revenge is definitely different from retribution. And you talked about knowing the root cause of a crime, basically trying to say that the past of the criminals is what makes them commit those crimes. But let us not forget that there are good people that have had bad childhoods, but that ended up helping society. Let's take the example of Oprah Winfrey, who went through abuse by her own, and now she's helping people come out of poverty. And you're just trying to make excuses for the crimes that they're committing. And yes, and about the recidivism rates, the reason why they're so high is because of the criminal history, geographical environment, and age discharged from jail. You're trying to compare the states of America to Norway, and they have completely different history. So that doesn't really come up as believable point. With that, before I move on, let's not also forget that this doesn't achieve the three goals of the criminal justice system. Obviously, if something is not applicable, how can it achieve the three goals? Thank you. Any questions?
So how is Oprah helping those people? Isn't it through rehabilitation? Isn't it through counseling them?
She just gives them money, then...
Do you agree that United States is one of the countries that have more of crime rates?
Sorry, the United States is what do you mean? I mean, there are a lot of states in America, yeah?
You agree. Then what are those types of states? Like, what are the crimes that are located into America that are not located into Norway?
I'm talking about the history of the country. Unless you don't study history in your school. I mean, they have different backgrounds, so you can't compare it.
You talked about Afghanistan not being able to adopt a rehabilitative
due to the current government that's doing it.
Then how do you justify the fact that you're helping society when you have a retributive justice system, but their crimes are at an all-time high?
We're trying to look at something that everyone can apply. We're not just looking at 3-4 countries. We're looking at the whole world. And if you can't bring this rehabilitation as primary aim, then what is it good for if only some countries use it and others don't?
What will retribution help Afghanistan to achieve?
I mean, that's how they solve crimes. That's in their blood. I mean, that's what they do, and that's its primary. This is when retribution is used as its only aim. But what we're bringing here is retribution as a primary aim and rehabilitation as a secondary aim, meaning coming later and not emphasized on as much.
So you're saying we should put the society at stake just because of political...
Actually, you're the ones putting society at stake. Since rehabilitation, we're not really sure if it changes the criminal. Since my second speaker will get to this, there's no scale for change. I mean, how do you know whether someone has changed? From 1 to 10. They can just go back, pretend to have changed, then go back and commit crimes, but this time more discreet.
Okay, we gave you an example of how rehabilitation actually worked. So we did
I
not
can also
hear
give you examples of how
of a
retribution
country where
works.
retribution, because we showed you Afghanistan, the country you're talking about. Retribution has not helped it at all, and you're putting the people's health at stake just because
We are saying that rehabilitation cannot be applied because some countries can just not transition from retribution to rehabilitation.
How do you make retribution real in terms of implementation?
We're saying we are not dismissing rehabilitation as a whole. We're saying that it can come in later, but not what you guys are bringing to the table here is removing completely retribution. We're not, okay?
Why can't some countries get a transition from retribution to rehabilitation?
I think you can Google that yourself.
It's your task. You have to.
That's a rhetorical question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We thank the Honorable Speaker from the opposition side and would like now to call upon the second speaker from the proposition.
To start with, I'd like to pass some Thanksgiving. First of all, I thank God for actually getting to this place. It is of great blessing to actually reach these heights. Thanking my family, my mom, dad, and siblings. Actually, my mom was there, but she went out. Thanking the school at large, our teacher and coach, Theo, who is there. My fellow debate club members also who are there, and the school administration at large that is represented by the director of studies who also is sitting there. It means a lot in everyone's life to get to new heights and get to success. Winning to me felt and will always feel like a whole dream coming true. Today is a new experience to have, and it is a great honor to be part of this experience. With that said, let me start. Let me have to first engage with side opposition. Do you all agree that we need a better future for a society? You do. Great. Do you all agree that we are going to have that better society by reducing crime rates? You do. Thank you. So by allowing that, they said you cannot change a criminal. But let me ask them a question. 1994 genocide. Rwanda was full of crimes and everything. But where Rwanda is right now, it's a rehabilitative country. Then if we can't change a criminal, where are they? What was happening back then is that people had to be rehabilitated. They had to first be taken out of the society and be taught and be put to social work. And then they were reformed. Those same offenders, they are the same people that helped into rebuilding the country. So yes, it is very much possible to reform an offender. Convicting and punishing, helping the guilt to not to reoffending, how they are planned. The question is, if we all agree where we want to go, now the real question is, what way are we willing to get there? A rehabilitative way or a retributive way? The retributive way is that way of which that brings harshness and negativity to the offender, to the one who offended, with great hopes that they might change. But obviously they don't. The United Kingdom, through its Durham Constabulary, the state territorial police, it shows the over-prison population, and it is a retributive country. And it shows that 90% of that overpopulation, they are mentally disturbed. Retribution, when it is practiced, it is literally ignorant. You don't know why this person did anything. What only matters is that they are out of the society. So there's this case in America that took place in 2000, whereby this person was convicted for first type murder for killing a police officer, but little did they know that this person was sick. After discovering that, after the sentence, the still government sentenced that person to that same punishment. Is it the better future we want for the society? But if Rwanda kept retributing people, where would we be right now? They talked also about rehabilitation centers being so expensive. But if they're so expensive and they change someone and they give a better future, then why not doing so? So good people that had bad lives helped the society. Yes, it's fortunate that we have good people that actually had bad lives and helped people. But what about those who have bad lives and don't have any opportunity to help those people? Do we need to actually attribute to them? They talked about USA, but USA, funny, it's one of the cases. It's one of the countries that have more of crime rates, among which the rates they are reported to be reported to be from racism. USA is having 2.2 million, according to the Justice Department, million prison population, and most of them, they are blacks. Don't we know how blacks are treated there? Only when you don't have money, you are really there's discrimination and anything else. So going back to our better understanding on how to handle this case, United States, how they handle cases, after being sentenced, the offender has to cross fingers to where they have to get them. They pass few hours discussing with you, choosing, are we getting you to a high secured prison or less secured prison, of which they don't know if it has the well treatment for you. So if they have to cross fingers to get a well treatment, where is the better society? If we don't have the pardon and mercy for the current situation to make it better, can't we have mercy for the next generation? Because if we can't secure a better future today by working and rehabilitating, reforming each and everyone, then where are we going? Having rehabilitation, we're going to be having more people that are going to be reformed, and when they are reformed, they're going to be law-binding members of the society. With that said, I rest my case.
Sorry. So you talked about having mercy. So are you trying to tell me if someone killed your loved one, you'd be happy, you'd feel happy if they were sent to a rehabilitation center and they didn't pay any fine? They didn't even suffer a bit. That's what you're trying to say, basically.
It's not what I'm trying to say.
Well,
Wait. What I'm trying to say today is that if someone killed my loved one, this person has to be taken to the criminal justice system, and the case has to be handled. We have to be having a reason why this person killed. We have to be having a reason why this person did that, and make sure this person won't do that again. And we honestly won't have this person being reformed after imprisoning them for 25 years, because when they come, they are really more prone to actually come and kill my other loved one. So if I have no assurance that what I'm doing, it will reform that and will actually remove what was happening. Wait, I'm still answering the question. If I have no assurance of which retribution does not, then why actually go with it? So if I'm taking this person to the will a fine bring back my loved one? It won't. But rehabilitation will make sure that he won't kill anyone else. But would the fine actually bring will I actually feel good? This literally shows that retribution focuses on the past. This person killed, this person has to give the fine. But what about after giving the fine and we proceed with something else? What if I'm rich, then I kill somebody else's loved one, and will I keep giving funds? What if I bring this money and everything? Will I keep giving funds?
Thank you
it's
so much.
Not always about
too much. You've been talking about securing a better future. What are you doing to account for the crimes that are happening right now?
Thank you. What I'm doing to the crimes that are happening right now, it always comes into a common understanding. A same study was done in the UK showing that sentencing 1% more people to retribution saves the next year's cases of property offenses to 2,619.
You are still talking about the future and not the present.
But for the rehabilitation, sentencing one more person to rehabilitation saves 3,469 cases for property offenses. So if we can save cases, then why not?
Still talking about the future and not what you're going to do to account for the crimes that happen today.
The crimes that are happening today, they're happening today. And honestly, you can't have everybody on eye. But what we have to make sure is that these crimes are not actually happening again. At least if they happen, the rate decreases. It's all of what we are willing, right? They all agree that we want a better future and that we are decreasing crime rates. But what will it be necessary? I mean, closing. My mother was actually here, but she went out. But there's this funny story. I had this behavior of being stubborn. 6 morning, I was out of home. No one knew where I was. And the same punishment was that I was beaten. She could testify she was there. But from the first time I was beaten until the last time I didn't change. Monday I was beaten, Tuesday I was not home.
Well,
till she took me down and actually sat down and told me what you're actually doing is not good. Maybe your kid could do it the next time. Believe it or not, I didn't repeat that. Because actually got to take responsibility of what I did and knew that actually my mother is being worried. So if that was an offense, I didn't re-offend. But if I was being imposed harshness that was equal to the worry she had, because the harshness, they find their meaning, it is really directly proportional to the feeling they have of the crime. So if the feeling can't actually save anything that we have today and tomorrow, then why going with retribution? Actually, what's the essence of having retribution? If I rest my case.
We thank the second speaker from the proposition side and call upon the second speaker of the opposition side.
Thank you so much. I would actually first thank, like the others did, but allow me to apologize for maybe the way my first speaker was a little bit harsh to the other side. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Davin. I'm the second speaker from the opposition side. To begin with what the precarian speaker said, allow me to use your mother again, if you will. The first thing the mother did was to punish him. Like, that was the primary thing the mother did, clearly showing that everyone always spare the rod and spoil the child. They talked about a better society. How do you have a better society with no justice? Ladies and gentlemen, side proposition is clearly showing us that they are not accounting for justice. The topic of today, the motion of today, criminal justice, justice for the victim and the offender. Ladies and gentlemen, proposition, this is the beam of justice. This is the victim, this is the offender. Once crime is committed, it is now like this. The offender goes up, the victim is down. So what justice does, it brings them back to this level. And does rehabilitation really do that? Giving the offender a beautiful life, an Ivy League prison, is it really achieving justice? Now that is what side opposition is going to show you. Ladies and gentlemen, they talked about, they keep on talking about the United States and how the United States has a high criminal rate and everything like that. Now we are going to show you that rehabilitation cannot indeed work in the United States because of its high criminal rates. I'll get to that. They talked about does retribution help Afghanistan? This is a country that already, just like my first speaker said, it is difficult to bring rehabilitation, to apply it into such countries. Why? Because they are not, rehabilitation does not account for justice. And these are countries that citizens actually normally take justice into their own hands. We're going to look at that, moral injustice, because if I see that I've not gotten justice for the crime that was done towards me, I'm going to take it into my own hands. So countries like Afghanistan cannot actually do this. They keep on talking about how rehabilitation is a long-term, but jury, we're going to show you how rehabilitation is actually not a long-term goal. There's a lot that was said. They talked about revenge. Retribution is not revenge, it is justice, which is the motion of today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we brought our framework to side proposition and to the jury. Our framework was, is rehabilitation applicable? And second, does it achieve the goals of the motion today? Does it achieve the goals of the criminal justice? Clearly, first, it does not convict and punish the criminal, which is one of the goals of the criminal justice. Second, it does not protect the victim, which is the society. It does not protect the victim, the innocent, the one that has been committed crime against. And third, it does not reduce recidivism. Transparency.com shows that the three major causes of recidivism, excuse me, I'll get those. The three major causes of recidivism are criminal history. I mean, if I've been known as a murderer, I'm going to do that again. And rehabilitation does not solve that because rehabilitation has no measurement. It has no basis. How do you know? Even a doctor, they were talking about doctors. Doctors cannot know that a patient will not fall sick again. It is according to the body of that patient. And what we are seeing today is not if patients are going to change or what, is justice, criminal justice, the three goals of the criminal justice, age and geographical environment and so on. They talked about Norway. The reason why Norway has a low crime rate is not solely based on rehabilitation. Ladies and gentlemen, Norway achieved, Norway got into the rehabilitation system in the 1980s. But even before this, Norway had already registered low crime rates. That means it was already having low crime rates. And then, even so, Norway has a strict gun law. That means guns are not allowed in Norway. That could also contribute to the reason why it has low crime rates. Norway has long winters, which, according to transparency.com, these are also other reasons why Norway has low crime rates. So ladies and gentlemen, what we are looking at in the long run is rehabilitation really applicable. When you look at countries where rehabilitation was introduced and the citizens, the victims felt like they were not receiving the exact justice that they needed for the crimes that were committed against them. When you look at Mexico, there was over a 30% increase of 30% of the citizens were taking justice into their own hands. Why? Because they felt like they were not receiving the justice that they actually needed. When you look at the Philippines, this is where citizens are hiring and employed to kill criminals because they feel like the government is not doing enough in bringing justice to the people. So ladies and gentlemen, in the long run, we are evaluating criminal justice, its goals. Retribution holds the criminal accountable. Retribution holds the criminal accountable. Second, it stops reoffending. How does retribution stop reoffending? Every time prisoners get into prison, there is this thing of when you're in a four-walled room, you gain your conscience in a certain way. Rather than being taken to rehabilitation, we do not know whether you're going to change. We do not know what actually caused. We do not know what actually caused you to get into all that. And then protecting the innocent, which is actually justice. Has the victim received? Okay.
So the fact that the doctor has no assurance that that the patient is going to be okay, that means they should not get any treatment.
Thank you so much. Just like the precarious speaker had said, the first thing the mother did was punish. You first punish, hold the criminal responsible, and then treat. We do not say we do not want rehabilitation. We want it as a secondary aim. As long as it has not proved that it's going to work as a primary aim, which was a burden to the proposition, to say that it can work as a primary aim, they have not proved that because rehabilitation has no basis of change. You cannot know if someone has changed. The person will commit crime over and over again. Now, why can't you first give justice to society? Why can't you give justice to the society that they are trying to better? Is actually a society that is going to have more riots because they are not receiving justice. In the long run, they are not actually, their main aim was in the long run. In the long run, we're going to see all countries taking justice into their hands because you are a mother. They have killed your 5 children. And the criminal, the criminal has been taken to rehabilitation, to an Ivy League prison. What justice? How do you feel? How do you feel? I mean, yes, my children have died, and instead of the person serving at least 20 years and I have that satisfaction that they have been retributed. They are instead taken to education, entertainment, like nowhere prisons.
Talking about my case, if before I was stopped beaten, nothing changed, what was the aim of beating me? Before they stopped beating me, nothing changed. Then what was the aim of beating me?
Just like I said, do you know the quote, spare the rod and spoil the child?
Yeah.
Okay, when you are in class, when you did something wrong, your teacher beat you, would you ask him, teacher, why have you beaten me? You accept the beating because as long as you cannot see how severe something is, the only way you can solve a solution in society, the only way you can address wrong is by showing how severe the punishment you're going to get is. If you show me that if you do wrong, I'll take you to Harvard, I'm going to do wrong.
Question. What if that student you want to beat is more stronger than you and you can't really beat that student? Will you let that kid
I take them to higher institutions.
What if they can't?
Still, as long as I have achieved the goal of justice, as long as I have achieved the goal, then things can come after. I can after look at rehabilitation, but I have to first give what is needed, which is justice.
So is it clear that you are giving us to this house that we first have an aim that won't serve to anything, then later bring something serious?
The motion today was criminal justice. Helping the offender is not achieving justice. It is not achieving any of the goals of the criminal justice. Okay. That is why the status quo is the way it is.
How you say that you can't measure the changes of rehabilitation? How
you
do you
cannot.
The changes of retribution?
That is not our primary aim. Our primary aim in retribution. No, our primary aim in retribution is not change. Our primary aim is justice. Justice.
What is justice to you? Deservingness or what is better for the
society? I just explained to you what justice is. The victim and the offender.
If
what
you
rehabilitation
if
does.
If you had the opportunity to change a criminal, would you take it?
I would. As a secondary aim, I would first give them what they need. No, where are you? I said as a secondary aim, I first accord to them what they needed for the crime they committed. Thank you.
We would like now to call upon the third speaker from the proposition side.
before I start my speech, I would like to thank everyone that is here, everyone that is present. Thank you for your support, and I would also like to thank my family, my school, and everyone who helped me reach where I am right now. Yeah, and I would start my speech now. So, my name is Umulinga Perfect. I'm the third speaker from the proposition side. Today's motion says that this House believes that the primary aim of the criminal justice system should be rehabilitation and not retribution. So what did the motion of today require both sides to do? It required both sides to prove to the panel why rehabilitation or retribution is best fit as the primary aim in accordance to the safety of the whole system. We're talking about the offender, we're talking about the victim, and the society at large, because the fact that we are talking about a criminal justice system does not remove the fact that the offender is actually a part of the society. So, as the opposition, we're able to convince the panel by answering the questions. But I'll first talk about what my first speaker talked about. He showed you how rehabilitation works. The fact that rehabilitation is there does not remove the fact that people are going to be actually punished for what they actually did. But we want to punish people knowing what they did. We do not just want to aim. You talked about his parents punishing the student. The first thing he did was to punish. But what did the mother aim at? It was to restore the person. That is to rehabilitate. That was their first aim. The first aim was not to punish the person. So that is what we're having wrong. And we showed you that rehabilitation is a process. We are talking about corrective measures. We're talking about social work. We're also talking about counseling. Hey, what does correction do? It makes it gives the offender the exact punishment he or she deserves. But we want to punish people with actually knowing. We go through these 3 steps. We know and understand the crime. We understand the root cause of the crime, and we decide the best option in order to resolve the problem. We do not just, how can you expect, you're talking about someone who killed people. How about the drug addicts? Taking them to a prison is not going to stop the fact that they're going to go back and take the drugs again. You're only talking about those, to actually remind you, 53% of people in prisons are non-violent criminals. So these non-violent people, you're just going to punish them, and you do not actually understand. We gave you a case study of the black neighborhoods. These people are facing the problem of racism. They're not given jobs. They're going to be they face a lot of problems in society, and this is why they engage in these crimes. You taking them to prisons and your first aim as punishing them, then that means you not actually solve the problem, because the moment they go out, they're eventually going to steal, because they're not being helped. The problem, the moment they get out of prisons, still they're going to do the same thing. They're going to do the same things. They're going to steal because they do not still have the money. They're going to do all these things that they eventually made them go back to prison. So you're not actually helping these people. You're talking about the criminal justice system. We talked about Norway, and then you came and told us that the demographics. Yeah, we know that US and Norway have different demographics. They have different history. But we told you, we compared the criminal justice system. We did not compare the countries. And we were able to show you how retribution and rehabilitation differ. We were able to show you how retributive justice system is driven by vengeance, while rehabilitation claims that justice does not aim at vengeance, instead of the welfare of the society. We gave you an example of Norway. We gave you an example of how Rwanda adopted a rehabilitative criminal justice, and see where Rwanda is now. We know Rwanda because of the rehabilitative measures. We know so many different things. And you told us what is the credibility. We have seen people from those people who committed genocide being changed into better people. But the retributive system do that? No, it didn't do that. And we showed you the impact of this system. We showed you it to be reducing your offending rate, combating ignorance, long-term sustainability. As I conclude, yes, we have to respect people's need for vengeance, but not use that as a foundation for our criminal justice system. As the former prisoner of Norway said, if we have created a holiday camp for criminals, so what? We should reduce the risk of reoffending, because if we don't, what is the whole point of punishment except leaning towards the primitive side of humanity? Thank you. Part to propose.
Thank you very much. You talked about rehabilitation, achieving the goals. Giving justice to the victim and the offender. How does rehabilitation bring justice to the victim?
Because it reduces the fact. The offender Yeah.
To the victim, to the sufferer of wrong.
But we showed you that rehabilitation also acquires justice, because we showed you it has the first thing as corrective, and the corrective measures, it refers
Corrective
to also
measures to the
justice.
criminal or to the victim.
Both of them, obviously, to be given.
How does it bring justice
If
to the victim?
Okay, let me explain to you. Maybe you do not understand the corrective measures.
Yeah,
we're talking about corrective measures. We also take people to prison if they did something wrong. But you want to take people to prison knowing the reasons why they're going there.
Do you understand the meaning of a victim, the innocent?
Yes, I do understand. Because if I was
okay, how
maybe
does rehabilitation better criminals?
Better criminals. How doesn't it even? We're teaching those people. Do you know how many people are in jail just because of embezzlement? People they are financially illiterate.
Are sure that they're going to
because
come out
we're
and become
teaching
better
them
people?
financial. We teach them different things through rehabilitation. We told you rehabilitation is a process. It's not something that is done overnight. It's something that takes. We correct them, we give them social work, and then we counsel them. Those are three things you're not understanding.
What is the rate of success?
The rate of success. We showed you an example of Norway, which you're not able to show as the opposition.
And we have showed you that the major reason of recidivism in Norway is not rehabilitation.
Okay, if you're telling us that Norway it already had it already had a criminal rate. The criminal rate was no more. It was low. But we showed you that the criminal rate before Norway adopted the rehabilitative measures, it was 50, and then now when it adopted, it was 20%.
Do you know the countries that have the lowest criminal rates in the world?
Yeah, because I know Norway does have a small.
No, which countries have the lowest criminal rates? I'll inform you. There is Canada, Japan, Singapore, and all these use retribution.
Are you sure if they use the retribution?
Absolutely
What
sure.
is? Even let me ask you a really simple question. You're punishing someone. What are you aiming at?
We are aiming at showing them that what they did is wrong.
Wait a bit. When you're punishing someone, do you aim at punishment, or the first aim is to restore the person? You want to change the person,
Our
not
primary
to punish.
aim is that they will know that what they did is wrong.
Exactly.
They will
Through
not
what?
do it again.
Rehabilitation. Thank you. You help them know the crime that they did through rehabilitation, through counseling them and knowing what they did.
By sentencing them to prison.
By sentencing me not knowing what is the problem. You might just come here and I might kill a person and you don't even understand what is the reason why I killed this person. Maybe I'm mentally ill.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
So you talked about someone with mental health issues.
Yes.
But you ignore the fact that these people are sent to mental health facilities.
Mm-hmm. And you as the retributive criminal justice, whatever, what are you going to do to that person? Aren't you going to take them to the prison?
When they're being sentenced, we take into account whether they have any mental problem.
No, you don't, because
yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
Because we showed you.
Unless you've seen anyone being sentenced to jail or something.
Then what were the steps for you to actually reach there? It was to understand the crime, to understand the root cause and find the best option for that person, and that is rehabilitation. Thank you.
We would like now to call upon the third speaker of the opposition team.
I would first like to thank everybody that is here today, everybody that came to watch, the families that came to support their loved ones. I would like to thank so much our guests and our friends from Mother Mary and everyone at large. So before I start, I would like to first remind the judges, the audience, and the proposition side that we are talking about having retribution as the primary aim and having rehabilitation as the secondary aim, putting much emphasis on retribution and later thinking about rehabilitation. I would first like to oppose what the current speaker talked about. They talked about wanting to punish people for what they did. They kept repeating that over and over again. And that is basically what we're doing. When somebody has committed a crime, they're taken to court and they're what is seen is either are they mentally ill, should they go to prison, should they be rehabilitated. So that's the first thing that we see. When somebody goes there and they're mentally ill, they're taken to mental asylums. When somebody needs rehabilitation, first of all, we need to account for the crime that has happened. We can't only think about the future and not think about what is happening today. When we think about what is happening today, the person is being punished for the crime that they committed and then taken to rehabilitation to change them and reintegrate them into society. They talked about racism and punishing the people because of the society they live in. You cannot justify crime by the background of a person. If it was that, many kids have been abused, many kids have been have went through very tough situations, but they still come out of the into society as good people. And that is why when somebody commits a crime, we should first account for the crime that has been committed by punishing them, which does not only has to be prison, it can be fines, it can be incapacitation and many different others. And that is why when we're talking about the goals of the criminal justice system, we talk about convicting and punishing the criminal, which is holding the criminal accountable for what they did. We talk about protecting the innocent, which is the victim, and the society at large by removing the criminal from society and putting them into isolation or into even other places to help them. And another thing is removing helping the offender not to offend again. And that can be done by deterrence and incapacitation through retribution, and then later help by changing them and reintegrate them into society. What we have brought to the table today is we showed that retribution is applicable as the primary aim for the criminal justice system by showing that it achieves all the goals of the criminal justice system and actually helps the victim first because the justice is being served and the offender is being punished for what they did. It helps the criminal because they're being taken out, their conscience is working them, they know that they have done wrong and they know that there's punishment and consequence for what they did. And then it's helping the society by first removing the criminals, by preventing moral injustice where people take justice into their own hands because justice has not been served by rehabilitative centers and everything. And that is why we want primary aim to be retribution and then rehabilitation. What the proposition side brought to the table is first they talked about that they said that the primary aim is the thing that is most important, but the primary aim is not the thing that is most important. The primary aim is something that comes to actually achieve a goal. Our goal is to punish and then help the criminal, and you cannot help the criminal and then punish them later. And then they also talked about rehabilitation being a process. We understand that it's a process, but we're not here to determine the processes that go into rehabilitation or retribution. We're here to understand whether retribution or rehabilitation achieves the aim of the criminal justice system, whether it achieves its goals, and whether it can be applicable as a primary aim. They also talked about genocide. What we don't understand here is the genocide in Rwanda happened, people died, there were many criminals. The first thing that they considered is, can we imprison them? When they found out they couldn't imprison everybody, clearly there were other alternatives that came in later, but the primary aim was to punish them. Some of them are still imprisoned now, and we understand that they were helped. But that helping came as a result of helping them reconcile with the society and actually helping their problem with the backgrounds. Here, the impact of our arguments show that our arguments show that retribution can be applicable as the primary aim, and it actually helps the society at large, the victim and the criminal, which we are considering today. Thank you. Any questions?
So we have some questions. If the society knows the rules and the society know that this, if I do this, will be wrong, and they still do that, why is it so?
Here we're talking about the criminal, the offender, and the victim. When a criminal is not punished according to whatever they did, and the society sees that and sees that justice has not been served, they decide to take justice into their own hands, and that is why vigilantes come in, and that is why cases like in Uganda where they burn people because they have stolen or they have committed other crimes. That is clearly showing that people are taking justice into their own hands because they're believing that taking somebody to a rehabilitative center is not good enough to serve justice, all for the victim, the criminal, and the society.
Is it a problem of a criminal justice system to reoffend, or a problem of retribution, or it's a problem of the government?
We're not talking here about the government. We're not talking about whether the criminal justice is flawed. We're talking about retribution and rehabilitation being the primary aim.
Who exercises retribution and rehabilitation?
Sorry?
Who exercises retribution and rehabilitation?
Retribution and rehabilitation is done by the three stakeholders of the criminal justice system, which is the authorities, the community, and the jury.
And is it that, what authority is there else other than the government?
The police.
Where is the police located?
We're not here to talk about where the police is located. If you can Google it yourself, then do it. Thank you.
Okay. Do you believe that there are circumstances that drive criminal behavior?
Sorry?
Do you believe that there are circumstances that drive criminal behavior?
Yes, we do, but
So
we
what
clearly
is the
see,
future of
excuse me, let me answer your question. We
accountability
clearly
of
see that crime is not
instead of just taking
pathology,
accountability of
nor
the
is
offense?
it a circumstance of coincidence. It's a result of choice. The criminal has chosen to commit a crime and should be then held accountable and then helped according to their background.
So, did Rwanda actually aim at punishment, or it aimed at restoring its country?
They did aim at restoring their country, but not through rehabilitation, by also punishing and holding the criminal accountable.
Sorry. What was the future that the current government, the back then government wanted for Rwanda?
Sorry?
What was the future that the government back then wanted for Rwanda?
They clearly wanted a better country.
Then what did they do?
They retributed and rehabilitated. So you're going to tell me that all the criminals from the genocide were all rehabilitated and not retributed at all?
Could you prove that? Could you prove that to
We
this
can
house?
prove that most of the criminals from the genocide are still in prison right now, and even those that came out were rehabilitated later.
That is a statement. Could you prove that?
Then Google it yourself and find statistics. Anything else? Thank you.
Both teams are now allocated 2 minutes to prepare their reply speeches, and as usual, the reply speech will be given first by the opposition side.
Thank you. Now, I'm very sure that you've witnessed quite a marvelous debate. As the two teams are preparing for the debate, I'd like to call upon a student from the audience who has something to say. Any observation that you may have had on the two sides as these two teams prepare for their reply speeches. So does anyone have anything to add, anything to point out? Yes. Please come up. A round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone here. I would like to ask some questions to the opposition side. Their first speaker.
They're not going to reply. Just point out anything that you have observed here.
I would like to tell the opposition side. Their first speaker said that in rehabilitation, they just test someone just they can be free, and then he or she can pretend that he's innocent and he's changed or she's changed, and then he or she can live. And I'd like to tell them that at least in rehabilitation they test them, but in retribution they just punish. They don't care if you change or if you just keep the way you are. And I would like to tell them that in retribution they just investigate and then punish you, give you just some years and the other punishments, they don't care. But in rehabilitation, it's a process, as our first speaker and proposition has said. It's a process. They advise you, they punish you, and they give you individual space just to think about yourself. And I'd like to tell the third speaker from opposition side that today is the past future. She just asked our proposition member something like,
If you could go on and make it quick, as we are...
You always think about the future and what about the present, and that's the point I would like to give them.
Thank you very much. I think we'll have just one. Thank you very much.
So I don't know if you all are Christians, but I'm going to talk about Adam and Eve. See, the life we're living right now, it's a rehabilitation. If God would have punished immediately Adam and Eve, we wouldn't have been here. But we are here because he gave them time and space to see that they did wrong. Another thing the team opposition did is talk about Ivy League prisons. They didn't tackle on the fact that we have prisons like Iwawa or Mujitagata, which are not Ivy League prisons.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Abdi from the Marriot opposition. And so one thing I'd like to just clear up, as they did, is that team opposition brought on the table retribution before rehabilitation. We did not disagree to rehabilitation. The effectiveness they've laid on the table, yes, that can come later. They've referred retribution to torture and punishment, but it's like a marriage of convenience. You know, prison provide your basic needs. You eat, you sleep, you bathe, maybe, but you're not given luxury.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, so we have had the insights of people from the audience. Now, I think for the interest of time, we're going to skip you. Thank you very much for coming, but for the interest of time, we're going to skip that.
It's okay, we can give her 20 seconds at most.
And so says the judge.
Thank you for the chance. Greetings to you all. I think I'm neutral in this debate, so I'd like to say that the main thing that was not done by the proposition is that they wanted to condemn the side of the opposition totally. And the opposition really tried to make this fair because they were showing that if we don't have this option, then we can take this. And of course, they presented the Constitution. And as we know that the Constitution protects all. So I think by that, you guys can understand that if someone is having health issues and is a criminal, he or she can be protected by the Constitution. But he or she doesn't have the right to use that as an excuse to wrong the society.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. So, it is quite a hot one, and from the faces of the people here, it's going to be tough to decide who takes this one home. So, judges, take it away as we see or hear the reply speeches from both sides. Judges.
Thank you. We'd like now to call upon the reply speaker from the opposition side. And you're reminded that you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. This was a very good debate. Allow me bring it to our notice, jury and audience, that proposition was actually debating on assumption today. Proposition talked about how they want a better future, but clearly opposition brought it out better that in the long run, retribution is that was providing that better future. We looked at the society, we looked at the victim, looked at the offender. Proposition only looked at the offender, tackled less on the victim, and the society, we showed that rehabilitation in the long run was not going to be bettered by rehabilitation. We showed how justice was going to be taken into the hands of the society, and this was going to increase the riots and whatnot. So rehabilitation did not really show us how, which we believe was their framework, a better future was not going to be achieved by rehabilitation, because first, they were not tackling the motion, which was criminal justice, bringing justice to the victim, the society, and to the offender. Ladies and gentlemen, the second thing, we gave them our burden. Up to now, I don't know if it's going to be brought up in the reply speech, but it was not tackled. We showed them how the criminal justice had 3 goals. They did not tackle any of that. Side proposition asked for proof on the genocide. We say we do not have that proof. But throughout the whole debate, I do not hear any source of the proposition. We brought to the table at least transparency.com, if I'm to remember, but throughout the whole debate, unless my ears didn't work well, I did not hear any resources brought by side proposition. Something that came out throughout the whole debate was the mother of one of the speakers, and we continue to say, what was the first instinct that came into the mother's brain was to punish, which is the actual cause of, which is the actual aim of the criminal justice, to punish and then rehabilitate and then create a better society. We as side opposition believe that rehabilitation needs to work with retribution. But what is the primary aim? What is the primary thing that the criminal justice wants? Achieving justice for all, for a brighter future, for a better future for the criminal, since they're going to be rehabilitated as a secondary aim, and a better future for the society. And then to end all this, ladies and gentlemen, we shall realize that side opposition was able to show that, first of all, retribution is applicable as it is the status quo, and it is achieving the goals of the criminal justice, which was today's motion. What should be the primary aim of the criminal justice? It cannot be the primary aim if it is not achieving the goals of something. And the primary aim is what that thing aims at doing. It is bringing justice to the whole society, which in the long run is actually achieving that brighter future for both the victim, the society, and the offender in the long run. Thank you.
We would like now to call upon the reply speaker from the proposition side.
Today's debate was basically on the fact whether rehabilitation should be the first aim or retribution should be the first aim. They brought up retribution, saying that they convict the crime, there is conviction, protecting the victim, and all of that. And they are constantly proclaiming that they are actually working on each and every one and bringing justice to the society. But if we are able to reduce recidivism, of which they fail to show that retribution actually reduces reoffending rates, then isn't that protection? That is justice. True justice is to make sure that the offender is held accountable of what they've done, and make sure that they won't do it again. But what they are bringing as justice is to make sure that they sleep and sit knowing that the offender is suffering as much as possible. Then what about the mentality and the cause that led to that? They don't know that, which is ignorance that is in retribution, but which is not in rehabilitation. Retribution, they talked about the first aim and the first, but what we both want as two sides is the better future of the society, and it's by reducing the crimes. But if they didn't bring in any way that retribution decreases the crimes, then what justice do we have if it can't lead us to where we want to go? They've been using my case and everything that the parent actually first started on retribution. If retribution, it is being used as a first aim, and in every case it doesn't yield productivity, what should it be as the primary aim for justice? If justice used has to be yielding impact. Rehabilitation corrects, counsels, and gives social work, and all of that brings accountability to the offender and makes the offender be held accountable of what they've been doing, and through all of that they are sure to not reoffend, as we gave a lot of statistics showing that about the case of Norway, actually there is a 30% reduction of reoffending rates, of which they didn't bring any statistics showing that what countries they had anything else, and retribution is helping. Rehabilitation handles the whole case, because it makes sure that anyone having mental illness or any other problem knows that what we want and what they've done is not true, and they won't do it again. Today, the main aim of the criminal justice system is to give a better future and by reducing crimes. But the justice we need to give both two sides is the justice that will build justice, that will actually bring something more productivity, devolve the society. But if retribution doesn't, then why make it the first aim? If retribution is the first aim, it doesn't. Why should we actually have retribution when it doesn't yield more effects, when it doesn't decrease the rates of crimes as we want? So if we do not decreasing the rate of the crimes, there is no need of having a criminal justice system. Let's get to know the necessity of decreasing the rates of crimes, and as we all agree, it's for a better future. So if there is no decrease in crimes, there is no better future. There is no way of a criminal justice system. So to conclude, there are two impacts. They clearly brought no impact, basically destroying the rehabilitation. But what we want today is what justice will build a society to a sustainable to a long sustainability, and what is more practicable, as we have shown, rehabilitation is more practicable because it exactly protects the society by reducing crimes, as I've showed through various statistics. With that said, I rest my case.
Hello. You guys have done a great job. I would like to ask the audience to give them a big round of applause one more time. This was a very heated debate. On our side, as the judges, it was really unclear before, but we're just going to give just some general feedback about what we think went on here. Okay, so for me, with the proposition, they defined, sorry, yeah, that's the proposition. Yeah, they defined the main terms, and that's retribution, criminal justice, justice system, yeah, and rehabilitation. And we were kind of also hoping for a boundary. I think we wanted to know if it's, is it going to be, are you talking about the whole world, or would you like to keep it like just a particular region, maybe Rwanda or this? And it kind of left the debate really open. So most of what I heard from the proposition was that retribution is very harsh and it doesn't bring down crime. Recidivism being high, especially in the US, proving that none of what is being done with retribution is actually working. And yeah, so and that the main goal is what's best for society, exactly, right? And so from the opposition, they did define what they think should be done, what the goals are for the justice system, and how retribution actually contributes to that. They also asked the proposition how they also told the opposition that rehab is very expensive, and that crime is not only is accounted for by history and geography, and most of it. I'm not going to go through everything, but from what I would like to give as feedback is that the debate was open until maybe by the second speeches, and it gave us a clear picture of what either sides were talking about. And whatever comes at the verdict, I really enjoyed this, and really proud of either teams. So thank you very much.
Thank you. For me, I'll just give a very quick sum up. I personally have enjoyed judging this debate. 3 pillars was the crime, the offender, and the victim. And I've seen both teams trying to show us how justice could be served as per their side. So the only thing I've seen here was that the proposition, there is one thing that was raised by the second speaker from the opposition, where she was trying to show us that the main aim which was being advocated by the opposition was to convict, to protect the innocent victim, and to help the criminal change, that which would now come as the rehabilitation. And to me, that one was that's where I felt like the opposition was not really fitting into the general picture which they were trying to portray, leaving behind the innocent who have been the victim. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you to both teams. I wanted to also convey that I really, really enjoyed this debate. You all had very strong arguments, which you were able to put forward in a very articulate manner. It was really enjoyable. I just have some also very general comments. Of course, all three of us judges are still here. Should any of you want to receive more personalized feedback. But I would say that some of the things I would hope for both teams to work on in the future. One, for the proposition side, you did a really good job of defining the motion, especially the keywords. But I hope that you will be able to, going forward, go a little bit further and explain your vision for the motion. Yes, we know what criminal justice means and rehabilitation and retribution, but within your view of this debate, what exactly are you advocating for? Is it rehabilitation alone? Is it punishment that takes into account rehabilitation, or is it punishment and then rehabilitation? We were not able to see that really come to light very, very clearly. Another thing is now the question of the examples that we use, right? Of course, in debate, silence is consent, so if they're not addressed by the other team, then as judges, we leave it the way it is. But you used a lot of examples, the opposition team trying to argue for your side. For example, talking about citizens taking justice into their own hands whenever they feel like justice is not being served as it should. The argument was against rehabilitation, but you use countries like Uganda, like the Philippines, countries that actually use a retributive justice system. It wasn't addressed by the proposition, but I would just want to say that, going forward, really be sure about the examples that you're giving. Thirdly, I would really avoid going forward using personal examples as arguments or a support for your argument. The second speaker talked about his experience growing up and being punished for his misdeeds. We're not going to call it crimes. And for the rest of the debate, that was a really contentious point. Literally every other speaker that came after came back to that point. But really, it should have just been pointed out that the argument itself was not valid for this debate, But we spent so much time talking about the merits and demerits of his being punished. But since it is not an argument that can be supported by clear evidence that can be presented to us, it shouldn't have been an argument in the first place, right? So those are things I hope that the teams are going to work on in the future. But I would once again say that this was a very enjoyable debate, and whoever wins, I would like to say to the team that will not be able to win that this is in no way a reflection on your capabilities as debaters. It just so happens that there has to be a winner and a second place, right? But I really hope that you love debate too much to let it go because of one loss, right? Perfect. Thank you very much. Very shortly, you will get to know who won this round, who is the Idebate TV debate champion of 2022.
Right, thank you very much. Judge Bruce. You may know him as the Combs dude. Now, we have come to the end of this grand finale of the Idebate TV Championship. It was a nice ride. The two teams have debated, they have spoke, and the judges have heard, and very shortly we'll get to hear the verdict. Is it going home to Mother Mary or rather to Grody Academy? Now, as you may know, or you have seen from the giant letters behind me, we're celebrating the Idebate 10-year anniversary, and the ceremony will be commencing in about 5 minutes. So we're going to take a short break. In the meantime, there is a photo booth outside, so feel free to swing on by, and the cameraman will do the trick. And also, there's going to be some music, so hey, go on and grab a stretch, and we'll be right back.
two, 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 two. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2.
ndashaka reverb, sibyo? I think it's what makes a party a party, sibyo? Yego.
Strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his word, killing me softly with his word, killing me softly.
A bit low, a bit. Hi, how are you? Sorry. No, it's not. Yes, I do. How are you? Jessica, Joanna. Wait, so I'm related actually by Alliance. Oh, you're their cousin. Your name? Ben. Ben, nice to meet you. Yeah. Oh, you were at the wedding? No, okay, no, I came at the daughter. You were there? The daughter?
Oh
muri gahunda yo nko kurema uyu muryango witwa Idebate. Impamvu uvuga umuryango sivuga ikigo cyangwa ikindi, ni uko uburyo tubanyeho nk'abavandimwe, abavandimwe bo mu muryango ufite ababyeyi benshi, abana benshi, n'ababyara benshi, n'inshuti n'abavandimwe benshi. Mu kuvuga ababyeyi ndashimira cyane mama Jean Michel, barumuna be na bakuru be n'ababyara be bari hano, kuko nabo bari mu bantu navuga ngo iyo urebye ibyo Jean Michel akora uhita ubona ko hari imbaraga zimushyigikiye, kandi twese turabizi neza ko ari ababyeyi be. Ibyo rero ndagishima cyane. Hari abandi bantu bari hano nshaka gushimira bagiye badufasha mu buryo butandukanye. Hari Kate Kelly, ni mushiki wacu ariko rimwe na rimwe ajyaho nk'umubyeyi, kubera yuko Jean Michel araza kubivuga ndabizi, ntabwo speech ye nayisomye ariko ndabizi araza kubivuga uburyo adufasha. Undi muntu nshaka gushimira ni Dr. Michael Hester uri hano, nawe turaza kuvuga uburyo ari umufatabikorwa wacu. Ikindi nshaka kubabwira, mu 2014 twigeze gutangira gahunda yo kuzaza tujya gukora ibiganiro mpaka hanze y'u Rwanda. Noneho haza igitekerezo turavuga ngo reka tuhere muri Amerika, hari abantu bake twari tuziyo tukatugerageza, ariko bisaba ko tubandikira tukababwira ko turashaka kuza aho ngaho tugakora ibiganiro mpaka, ariko mukanatwishyura, mukanishyura itike y'indege izatuzana. Ubwo icyo gihe nakoranaga na Jean Michel ahantu twakoraga, nyuma y'amasaha akazi saa 11 abandi batashye, tugasigara mu biro dutangirira gahunda. Ngiye kubivuga mu buryo bworoshye. Twagiye kuri internet twandikaho list of universities in the US. Haza list ya universities ageze arenze 800. Munsi wa mbere, munsi wa kabiri haza indi list yose byarigeze nko mu mashuri 2000. Noneho tukaza tujya kuri internet tukandika izina ry'ikigo, ugashaka website yabo, ugashaka abayobozi b'icyo kigo, ugashaka email yabo, ukayandika hano muri Excel file. Tubikora iminsi myinshi. Tumaze kubikora dutangira gahunda yo kwandikira umwe umwe. Twohereje ama email, Jean Michel yaza kunyibutsa, twohereje ama email 3000 email imwe. Muri abo bantu twandikiye bose ntabwo bose badusubije, ariko ntabwo twacitse intege. Hashubije abantu batarenze 50 mu 3000. Ariko muri abo 50 basubije 27 baremeye ko tujyayo, turagenda. Abo twagiye kureba bose barishimye, kuko imyaka yakurikiyeho na n'uyu munsi turacyavugana nabo, kandi USA tour iracyakomeza. Hari izindi gahunda nyinshi Idebate ifite yagiye inatangira, ariko ibyo akenshi abantu babona hanze ni ibyo izo mbaraga ziba zabyaye, ariko akazi kaba kari inyuma ntabwo kaba koroshye. Kare navuze ko umukorerabushake mukuru, kubera yuko Jean Michel imyaka yose yakoreye Idebate, iyi ngiyi 10 muri kubona hano, muze kumwegera mubaze ngo ningahe yahembwe, amafaranga ye bwite yashyizemo, mumubaze ngo nangahe yaba yaragarutse, muraza kubyumva. Inama y'ubuyobozi ya Idebate, yo Bruce yahoze avuga board, nayo itangiye vuba aha, kubera yuko nk'umuryango tugenda dukura. Twatangiye ari abantu 2-3 bafata ibyemezo, hanyuma uko gahunda zigenda zaguka tugira igitekerezo cy'uko biba byiza ko ibintu bigenda bijya mu buryo, ese ibindi bigo bikuru bikora gute. Aba ariyo gahunda dutangira, hajyaho inama y'ubuyobozi, harimo abantu bageze kuri 7, 2 bari hano, ni igihe cy'umwaka umwe hanyuma umwaka urangiye hatorwa abandi bayobozi ariko impamvu byose byabayeho nuko nibigaragaza ko tugenda dukora nk'umuryango rero ndashimira cyane Jean Michel wagiye ufasha abanyeshuri cyane akamenya neza akamenya gukorana n'ababyeyi akamenya gukorana n'ibigo by'amashuri akamenya no gukorana n'ubuyobozi bw'igihugu turimo akamenya no gukorana ndetse n'ibindi bihugu twagiye tujyamo ntago ari ibintu byoroshye ndareka abari buze kubivuga baze kubasobanurira uko byagenze ariko uyu munsi uyu mwanya nifuzaga kubashimira cyane mwese sinzi icyo umuntu yabaha kugira ngo abagaragarize ko yishimye cyangwa yabaha nk'ishimwe ariko ntekereza ko iyo nk'abanyeshuri baraza kubivuga akamaro debate yabagiriye mu buzima bwabo mu mashuri ibyo ababyeyi babona mu bana babo umwana ukora debate n'umwana udakora debate nababwiza ukuri ko bitandukanye cyane baratandukanye cyane ibyo byose ababyeyi barabibona inshuti zacu n'abantu batandukanye babona imirimo ikorwa na Idebate nizera neza ko bashimishwa n'imbaraga zijyamo bashimishwa ndetse n'umusaruro uvamo rero nashaka kubashimira cyane ndashaka no kubasaba ko uyu munsi ndetse n'indi minsi yose izakomeza mwazakomeza gushyigikira Idebate hari gahunda zitandukanye tugiye gutangira hari izo bari buze kubabwira ariko ndabasaba ngo mukomeze kudushyigikira kuko nkuko muri buze kubibona ni byiza cyane na Idebate nk'umuryango ufatiye runini amashuri ufatiye runini twebwe bayikoramo ifatiye runini ababyeyi bafite abana bari muri Idebate ifatiye runini ibigo by'amashuri bifitiye gahunda mu bigo byabo rero murakoze cyane ndabashimira cyane murakoze
For those who don't understand Kinyarwanda, Daddy said that he's very thankful to different people who put a lot of efforts, sacrifice, and dedication to the fact that Idebate today turned 10. And for us who do not know that behind work, especially the students, we just knew that we owe a lot of growth to Daddy, to Jean-Michel, and the likes. Yeah? So to them as well we say, thank you. Yeah. So now, in Idebate, we didn't just speak and speak, but we would also have time to have fun, showcase our talents. And part of those talents, we had some people like Christiane, who are very good at singing, and I'll call upon her to bless us with her very beautiful voice. Guys, let's give it up to Christiane Mukuru.
Hello everybody. I'm really hoping that you guys are going to help me sing this one. Hit it.
It's a yes, yes to the good vibes, yes, yes, thank you. Yes to the smiling, yes, yes to the winning, yes, Yes to the happiness. It's just a test day. Whoa. Amahoro ataha iwawe yewe n'Imana iragusura aye ahari umuneza nihabura n'inshuti no turaza kwizihirwa yene turaza kwizihirwa. It's a yes day. Yes to the good vibes, yes. Yes, stay. Yes to the smiling, yes. Yes to the winning, yes. Yes to the money, yes. It's a yes, stay. Yes to the good vibes, yes. Yes, stay. Yes, stay. Yes to the winning, yes. Yes to the winning, yes. Yes to the money, yes. It's a yes, day. Yes, day. Oh, yes to the winning, yes. Yes to the money, yes. It's just a yes, day. Yes, day. Yes to the money, yes. Yes to the winning, yes. Whoa, oh, it's a yes day. Yes to the winning, yes. Yes to the winning, yes. Yes to the winning. Thank you so much.
A very big round of applause. Okay, reka mbasabe ikintu kimwe cyonyine muri uyu mugoroba. Mwihangane ntimutanga amashyi nk'aho mwayabikije muri bank. Thank you. Thank you very much. Christiane hano rero mureba no muhanzi ukomeye ntimugire ngo abikora ari gukina. She actually has, is it an EP or an album coming out soon?
Oh, I have an EP out.
She has an EP out.
Yeah.
It's already out. Is it on all
Check
platforms?
Kandi ni nziza.
Is it on all platforms?
Yeah. No, not on YouTube because YouTube doesn't pay yet.
But it's on Spotify.
Spotify. Listen to us.
She knows how to get that back.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
So, niba rero mutari kumustreaminga mubikurikirane byihuse, sibyo? Yego. Thank you very much once again. Now, as I said before, Idebate has seen quite a lot of students go through the program, and we still have some that are still going through the program. Benshi ngira ngo muri kubabona inyuma bacyambaye uniforme, and I'd like to call upon two of them to talk about what their experience has been in this program. I'd like to welcome to the stage Yves Mutoni. From Kigali Christian School. Hi. Yves baravuga ngo turasa. Ntidusa? Gato oya ni cyane ntago ari gato quand même. Yego. I would like also to welcome to the stage Mr. Tringo Moses from St. Aloys. All right, so I would like to give the floor to both of them in a few minutes to talk about what your experiences have been in this program. We'll start with Ms. Eve.
Who's the judge? Why is he God? Who's your opponent? I said, who's your opponent? Why doesn't he exist? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eva Mutoni, a student at Kigali Christian School. As we gather here today to celebrate 10 years anniversary of Idebate Rwanda, I would like to take you back 6 years ago when I came to Idebate Rwanda, fresh out of primary school. I didn't know what I was signing up for because I debated debate, policy debate, and I don't know, it was so confusing because I was used to water is better than fire. But yeah, I had to do it. However, in the following years, Idebate equipped me with critical thinking skills backed up by deep research into global issues and equipped us with public speaking. One of my favorite exercises were when we were sitting in class, one volunteer would go out and the audience tries to frustrate you when you come back while you are talking. This didn't come only in hand when you are managing frustrating audience. This came in hand when you are trying to put together your thoughts when there is chaos in the world and you are seeking the problem and how to make a change. And at Idebate Rwanda, I learned how to calm my mind, get to the root of the problem, and solve it. Apart from the skills I gained from being in Idebate, I also gained a community of driven teenagers who sought to change the world. The friendships I got from Idebate pushed me to pursue my life, purpose, and skills I gained from Idebate were all I had to achieve different things. I thank Jean-Michel for giving me a recommendation to be part of an organization that made change for girls in the world and girls in science. Idebate to its members is one of the many identities we hold. So as we celebrate these 10 years, I look forward to the next decade with the hope that many more students in Rwanda will get to drink from this source. Yes, even if they are from primary school. I look forward to seeing another decade of students seizing opportunities from the skills they gained in Idebate, and Idebate Rwanda being the beginning of everyone's bright future as it was for me. I look forward to Idebate extending its wings and reaching out to other countries to support more African kids. To the founders of Idebate, rejoice for your dream-built futures for many. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I'm Chungo Moses, as the MC had said. I'm from St. Aloysius Rwamagana, and I'm happy to join you to celebrate the 10 years of Idebate Rwanda. Thank you. First of all, I'm gratefully honored to be part of this occasion and being trusted to share with you all my debating experience. But before I do so, on the behalf of all students in here and out there who have not had the chances to get here or who have not made it here, we want to say thank you to Idebate Rwanda. We also want to say thank you to Jean-Michel for having made this dream come true. Thank you. This platform enables us to voice out our ideas, enhancing our knowledge, more critical thinking, and molding us to become great critical thinkers, arguers for peace, extending generosity, and creating curiosity. Personally, I don't see the direction of my life without you of Idebate. Since 2016, I am a living proof, confessing what Idebate has did for me. Standing in front of all of you here, able to speak and express my feelings before you is also another great thing Idebate has molded me. Not only that, I gained friends who I call family, enhanced all those things I've been saying and she has said, sharpened us into great people, and inspiring great leaders of tomorrow. Idebate was healthy, and no one in this room, starting with me, has a monopoly on being right. For good ideas and true innovation, you need human interaction, conflict, argument, debate, because it's better to debate a question without settling it than settle a question without debating it. I cannot leave the floor without sharing these cherishable moments I've had in Idebate. Since 2016, I've had many moments that includes camps, which imparted knowledge, skills, and left us with a millennium of funny moments and memories, not forgetting 5 a.m. sports. I can see Boris there, and now you can cherish the moments we had at 5 a.m. sports, which I have learned greatly from the monthly tournaments. They also taught us to debate, to question, to think, and to be more than the average student. I cannot leave the stage without talking of my best moment in Idebate Rwanda. That was the Nyagatare Debate League in 2016, in late 2016. Seeing the beaming faces of students who were new to debate, voicing their ideas and fighting for victory regardless of their challenges with the language, they were still courageous and able to move on, fighting to debate and win. Needless to say that my favorite memory, perhaps I won. I really won the tournament. I cannot end without giving volunteers their flowers for the tremendous work they do. My deepest gratitude also goes to Frank Nambara, who is not here. I've not seen his face. I'd like to thank Frank Nambara on the behalf of everyone here. He has really imparted for, many of us from the East were able to join Kigali tournaments. I really thank him for that. I also want to thank Jean-Michel for this good dream and leaving all the sweetest things he would have enjoyed in Europe and in the US and came back to also, in his roots, in his country, to also empower us, and we are confessing him today. So Idebate has empowered me, and I hope to give back to the volunteering and inspire others the way Idebate has did it for me. As Indira Gandhi once said, the question is basis for all human progress. And Idebate has given us the platform to think, question, and speak a better world. Thank you so much.
More. Thank you very much to them. I think Eve and Moses just said it right, and they put it in words what most of us cannot put in words. Because someone was seated beside me there and just said something like, I cannot imagine what my life would have been without Idebate. And it's true. Let me remind you, sometimes when we are in boarding schools and you start engaging in a conversation with your fellow students, and then you start bringing your argument on the table, and they're like, of courage, uri muri debate, we can't talk to you, yeah? But it was not just that type of respect that we earned, but also it made easy our way through our universities, our dream universities, and our dream careers. I personally got to LU, and I'm a journalist at the New Times at just the age of 20. So when I think of Idebate, tears almost come to my eyes because it's just a lot. It's a lot that we cannot just say here and finish. It's a lot from winning just an argument and actually convincing an employer that they should employ you, yeah? And that's a shout out to everyone who has made it possible in Idebate. Well, there is a documentary that will tell us more about that, and that's what's up next. Thank you.
in the power that it had to shape and change the world. For the last 10 years, we have done a lot of activities, the Kigali Debate League, the Eastern Province Debate League, debate camps, US tours, and all of those. But what is most important for me as a leader, but then also for all of us at Idebate, is the impact that we have had on numerous students.
We needed a platform where we could sit and discuss and exchange ideas, which was offered by Idebate. At the beginning, they used to take Idebate as a group of young people who were very talkative, and to me, that was one of the best places I would love to sit, because I was born in exile. I didn't really know much about what was happening and what happened, and I needed to know. That was something which made me join. However, after that, of course, Idebate started taking shapes, and it became a well-organized educational program, accommodating young people and doing other, but scratch at the beginning. We were all ambitious and wanting to contribute to our society, bringing a change, and we started now training, to me, my main goal was to learn public speaking, because I had in my mind a lot going on which I could not channel and communicate.
At a very young age, our critical thinking, I would say, was all over the place. We didn't really know how to align. At Forward Girls School, we used to have a lot of opportunities, to do public speaking. But when we joined Idebate, now we had an alignment and guidance on how to actually voice our ideas in a mature, professional, and actually sensible way. Being in high school, some of us really had ideas that were all over the place. But then after joining Idebate, we learned aligning our ideas, communicating in a way that is not very argumentative and fierce, but actually delivering your message. We used to have the opposers and proposition side, and that actually kind of polished our listening skills and public speaking. I'll say that now with my career, I have to talk to a lot of different people, I have to listen, and I would say that my Idebate experience has actually helped as a tour consultant and actually a TV presenter back in 2018 and 2019 when I worked for the Rwanda Broadcasting Agency in the 1K show.
I've never really been a shy speaker. From the beginning, even in primary, I was a talkative kid. But once I joined Debate, I learned how to properly channel that kind of speaking, kind of increase my knowledge before I speak, kind of get more information before I start talking, arrange my points properly, become more articulate, and now it plays very well, since in our law, in the field of law, the first thing that actually has to work is a lawyer who can speak and speak properly. So Debate has been a really impactful activity for me for the past 7 years now. Debate was really great for me. It gave me a space. I usually played sports, but when I got to Lycée, you couldn't play sports that much because, the teams are way stronger. So I found a home in Debate, and it really helped me grow very much. My first trip outside the country was due to Debate. We went to Uganda with Idebate for East Africa, and it was really amazing.
I've been part of Idebate since 2012, and I was one of the few people that got a chance to be trained by Jean-Michel when Idebate started. I was very small and young. By then I was in senior 2. So me, Yusuf and Bruce were on the same team, and we were basically picked to represent the school because we spoke English. So that's how we started our debate journey. We competed in different Kigali Debate League tournaments in 2013 mostly, and when I was done with O-level, everybody split up. After we split up, everybody went to different schools. The school that I went to had no debate club, and I was really into debate, so I started a debate club in the school. After 1 year, I left that school and went to another school, and the school didn't have a debate club as well. After one, last year in senior 6, I finally went to Marriot Secondary School. That's why I finished. They also didn't have a debate club, and I had to set up a debate club and come for the Kigali Debate League again So Michelle and the whole team was so surprised to see me every tournament coming in 3 different types of uniform. Yeah, because I was basically coming from another school each and every debate tournament. It's been a really, really good journey, especially coming from a beginner debater to a pro debater to a volunteer and right now to full-time staff.
My name is Enoch Taganda. I have been a part of Idebate for about 6 years now. I started at Idebate when I was in S1 at Green Hills Academy, and right now I graduated last year in 2021, and I'll be going to Canada for my university studies.
Students in the debate club and students who are not attending the debate club, they are totally different. The students who are in debate club, they earn more, they benefit from this program by just developing their communication skills. They speak, they express themselves, they develop that competitive spirit of just winning and losing. While those people who are not attending, they are losing. They are just staying in their books, but they are not having those skills that Idebate or those programs are providing. My students, before they started debating, they were just timid. They were not even confident. But today they are open. They make research. They debate. They are very competitive and they are very proud of themselves because of what they have achieved. They see some of them have brought trophies, and other students who have not attended the club, the debate club, they are clapping for them. They are very, very happy and they are benefiting from that. We have won many trophies. So far we have got like 2 trophies, a trophy for the advanced level and a trophy for beginners. And so far we are at the final TV debate, and many more. We see we are not only trophies, but we have got many skills, and we are very proud of that.
My name is Fred Karomba. I started debating 2010, 11, I think. And I admired it a lot. I don't think I was really good at it back then. And it took time before before the program started. I think by 2012, we had just a few tournaments here and there at school. Right now, I live in Manila, Philippines, and I'm working for IHG. It's a reservation sales company, that deals in hospitality. So what I basically do is just communicate with people, talk with people every day. So I'll talk to maybe 20 people on an average day. And so the skills that I acquired from Idebate come in very handy. The analytical skills, how you anticipate what whoever you're talking to wants or is thinking of asking, and that comes in handy. All the skills that I acquired, all the knowledge. I would say if I hadn't made Idebate, it would be if I haven't been part of this program, it would have been really, really difficult for me. Let's just say, yeah, I owe a lot to the whole program. Yeah.
My message to JM is, I would say Jean-Michel and Idebate are pretty much the same thing. So on this 10-year anniversary, I want to say congratulations. You have, to be honest, changed my life in a lot of ways. Idebate has changed my life in a lot of ways. And so what I want to say is thank you. Thank you for your dream that has actually put a lot of dreams in me and in a lot of us. I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say it has. And congratulations. I hope this is everything you hope it is and hope it will be. And so yeah, I would say that's the biggest message I want to say. I was saying thank you to JM and congratulations. Happy anniversary.
But yeah, everything that has been said on this stage by the students, by Daddy, by everyone in the video is very true. Idebate has been one of the most impactful things in our lives. I'm the one who said I literally couldn't imagine my life without Idebate, because when I look at the trajectory of my life, whether it's my interactions with people, my relationships with people, my career even, it all comes back to how this program molded me. And so I'm very grateful for everybody who inspired us, especially for Jean-Michel. As you can see, yaranyispirinze ndabikabya. But yes, we're very, very grateful. Unfortunately, everybody who had a hand in making this organization what it is today is not here. One of the people who really was one of the major driving forces behind Idebate is Samuel Becker. He was one of the people who started with the program. He was actually the first person who trained me in debate. Idebate, the program that was being led by him and Helen. A lot of us had our first debate experience there. And throughout the years, Becker really was involved in more ways than we can explain. He passed, unfortunately, in 2018, but we have tried as an organization to keep his legacy alive by the creation, most importantly, of the Sam Becker Award. I would like now to call on the stage one of the people who knew him best, who lived with him, who studied with him, to talk about who Sam was and to present the award to this year's winner of the Sam Becker Award. Ms. Winnie Praise, if you could come to the stage, please.
Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you all for being here. This award is in honor of Samuel Becker. Those of you who got a chance to know him, you know that he puts everything in what he did. So when he was in Idebate, he put everything in Idebate. We used to call him man of all solutions, because he believed that there is always a way, there's always a solution, and we can come out on the other end. So when things were very hard in Idebate, and because it was the start, it was not as easy, he always believed that there was a solution. And he always made us come back. Some of us who wanted to give up every day, he reminded us that we have to show up every day. So he was not only just a debater, he was also a great economist. And again, those of you who might have gone to school with him know that he was very smart. So this award is for the student who has shown academic excellence, but also has excelled as a debater. So when they show up here, they're excellent, they're good, and even academically, because we don't want you to just be great debaters, we want you to also be good in school. Because that's, when it all adds up, you be the next Bruce and you be the next great person. So it cannot be one-sided. Ladies and gentlemen, so I am going to present to you the winner for this year for the Samuel Becker Award. the person that I think we can all agree that has lived up to that legacy, both academically and also in their debates, in their debate life and everywhere else. Ladies and gentlemen, Liza Ineza.
Lisa, we'd like now to give you a few minutes to say something.
Thank you. I don't really know what to say, but first of all, I thank God for this. And I thank Idebate Rwanda for everything. I don't know. And I also thank the parents and everyone here today, the school, my teams. It has been a long journey. And thank you to everyone who has trained us, helped us, judged us, and most of all, thank you to Jean-Michel. He has been our coach, our teacher, and most of all, our friend in debate. So thank you to everyone. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. I'm really thankful. Thank you.
Guys, I'm not crying, you are. So, in Idebate, we have a culture, if I can call it. When we announce the winner, guys, we stand up, remember? So, as we go on with the next great people, we're gonna call here, please stand up. Mu Kinyarwanda, muri Idebate dufite umuco, iyo tugiye kuvuga umuntu, iyo tugiye kumuhemba cyangwa tugiye kumuhereza igihembo cye, turahaguruka, tukamushyigikira. So, mudufashe mudufashe. So now, guys, if you've been part of Idebate, then you've met volunteers. You've probably met an arrogant one, a nice one that will make sure that you eat, and another one who will always forget your name. And you will meet one like Nasse Fiston. He'll be one. I know, you can. A big round of applause for him. Guys, Nasse Fiston was a friend to a lot of us, even before when we were still in school, when he was already a volunteer. He was not our age mate. It's just to say that it's not because he was our age mate and that's why he was our friend. No. He was a cool person. And he would be the kind of judge who will tell you why you lost, and actually, who will show you that you lost and actually tell you why. Which is something that always become hard for a lot of judges. They be like, you lost, but when you ask why, they fail to explain. But Fiston would be the kind to be like, you lost, and next time if you do it this way, you will win. And that's the kind of volunteers, regardless of the food part, you meet a lot of Fiston at Idebate. And that's why, in honor of him, because unfortunately, Fiston is no longer among us, that's why we have an award in his honor. And we're gonna give it to dedicated to someone who is also a volunteer and has lived up to that kind of name. And so, let's see who it is. Hey, wait. DJ, you can be doing. Bengali, you will help us.
I joined Idebate Rwanda in 2015, and I debated.
All right. All right. So I think we celebrated before time, but anyways. So my name is Bangali, Diakite Bangali. I work at Idebate. I started with Idebate in 2012. And I'm still here working as a full-time staff. And seeing this day becoming a reality is really joy for us. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Nasser because he was part of my generation. He joined Idebate in 2013 while he was a student at Lycée de Kigali. He attended a lot of competitions, both locally, that is the debate leagues that we usually have, even the international competitions as well, like in Uganda. And his debate skills were very, very remarkable. He got done with school. He joined the Idebate staff. He decided to come and give back to students who were still in school. He trained a lot of students with such a helping and kind heart. His presence was felt and appreciated across all Idebate activities. Nasser was a person personally that was very loving and caring. Anytime you would need him, he would show up for you and help you as long as he has that capacity. And he always came to help you with a planned solution. So every time he came to help you, he already had a plan for the solution of the problem you have. So I would ask all of us to stand up and take a minute of silence in memory of his soul. May his soul rest in peace. His absence is and will always be felt in the Idebate community, and it is in his honor that I'm privileged to give this award to the volunteer that has showed most of Nasser's legacy, has helped numerous students, and has been nominated by the students themselves. And this award goes to Christian Bahir. So we can redo the... All I do is win. Thank you.
My name is Christian Bahire, and I joined Idebate Rwanda in 2015. My name is Christian Mahire, and I am a volunteer in Idebate Rwanda. I joined Idebate Rwanda in 2015, and I debated throughout my advanced level, whereby I was debating.
The coach of the year, essentially the one teacher who has done the most to guide the students, to help them, to be with them throughout this journey of debate in the academic year of 2021 to 2022. And to present this award, I would like to welcome to the stage one of the people who has been really supportive of the work that we do, a professor at University of Western Georgia, Dr. Michael Hester. Please come to the stage.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. First, before I give the award, I just want to thank everybody here. It is a wonderful honor to be welcomed. What started as one friendship with Jean-Michel more than a decade ago, I knew him when he was a college student at Towson, has grown into a myriad of friendships. I want to give special thanks to people who treat me like a brother while I'm here. So Bangale, Skejo, Regine, all of the things that I don't know Institute. This particular award is based on the participation of someone in the Teachers Debate Institute who also has been nominated via the student forum. This particular individual and the winner for this year is someone who I formed a relationship with several years ago, one of my first trips here, and without further ado, the winner of our Coach of the Year from Glory Academy, Sibamana Theogene. Theo!
Thank you very much. I thank Idebate. I thank God first, then I thank Idebate to recognize our efforts. I say ours because I'm not only one teacher here. I'm representing all the teachers who work hard for our students to be on the stage like this. This is our award. The students know how we work hard for them. We take them home crying when they have lost a debate. We have to counsel them, we have to teach them how to debate, and sometimes we tell them to face each other. So these efforts that we spend, remember this is not our priority. Our priority is to give them the curriculum prepared by the government. We are teachers first. May I have 42 periods a week, and adding on that, at the end of the day, I take my students at the final on TV debate. I deserve this. Thank you. For teachers, on behalf of all teachers, we thank Idebate. We thank the coaches. We thank the judges who contribute teaching the students how to debate. And most importantly, we thank our students who take us to be rewarded like this. Thank you, students. We thank you.
Another round of applause, please.
Guys,
You know,
he said something. He deserved it. Yes, teachers, you deserve it.
In our culture, we talk a lot about humility and being humble and not talking about...
True.
But sometimes it is needed to acknowledge
Yes.
what you've
Period.
done. To give flowers to yourself.
Yeah.
Right? And we're very, very proud of you. And thank you for everything you're doing for the students. Now, another round of applause. Now, this next part is one of the best. Abanyeshuri bakunda cyane. Tuba twaramaze umwaka wose turi mu bikorwa byo kuburana. Okay, ni ibiganiro mpaka reka tubyubahe. Hari amasertifika menshi yatanzwe, right? Ariko buri wese aba ashaka kumenya ngo at the end of the year, who has been the best, right? And this is what the next category is going to be about. But before we go there, hari igitekerezo cyiza cyane yari afite. She wanted to talk about the very first award she ever got as a debater. Nanjye ndubabwira iyanjye.
I didn't know I had that idea, but I can. So the first time I got an award in Idebate, my friend, I didn't start from zero as many people do. We are giving ourselves flowers now, yeah? So the first certificate that I got, I was actually the winner of the whole camp.
Sibyo.
It was in 2017. I was with my teammates, Princiana, and we were like from the beginners category. It was our first camp. It was our first biggest tournament, and we actually took the trophy home. So you can give me a round of applause now. So guys, one thing that is true is that it stays forever memorable in your mind, that certificate. It means they recognize those late nights preparing for the next day debate. It means they recognize having to convince your teachers and especially the head mistresses that they have to let you out to go participate in the tournament. And it also means that you come back and show them, by the way, you see, this is what we talk about, you know. So it means a lot. And today we recognize some of those people that have had, have been the best speakers. But before that, please tell us.
Yego, aravuze ngo iyo izi award tuzitsindiye bigaragaza ko umuntu tuba twiyemeje gukora udapfuza. My very first certificate was actually at my very first debate tournament as well. It was okay, this is, guys, you've had it good. My very first experience with debate was televised. Yeah, and I don't want to say it was horrible, but it was. For those of you who remember the all debaters in 2012, okay, I said all, but my team, which was debating for the very first time, first off against a team from LDK, with Winnie over there, and Sharon, and Derek, and they absolutely destroyed us. I fancy myself to be not a crier, but I cried. But then I actually ended up receiving an award as one of the best speakers, which to me was something I couldn't have even dreamed as you know, it being my very, very first time to debate. So as Jed was saying, it is very memorable. It's something that stays with you. You might win a number of awards, but you never forget that one. And it was one of the reasons that actually encouraged me to stay in debate, because when I went home, everybody having seen the fiasco on TV, I was bombarded with calls and messages asking me, what were you doing? And I almost felt like, you know, not going back to debate ever again. But, you know, that one award, you know, coupled with the fact that Jean-Michel was there and he actually took me aside and encouraged me, was the reason why I stayed and the reason why literally the course of my life changed. So without further ado, we would like to welcome one of the Idebate alumni to present this award to the best speaker.
And by the way, someone who scored a lot of best speakers.
Yeah, she has a lot of certificates. Miss Gloria Kanakina Mamunana.
Good evening. Okay, this feels so scary. Bimeze nk'igihe cya mbere na debatinze against Agashora team. It was against who? I think it was against the three terrible girls. It was Angela, Mutavu, and some other person. But then, nk'uko Bruce yabivuze, nicyo gihe umuntu arira bikakuyobera ukumva you feel ridiculous. You are not a person, actually, to be precise. So mbere yuko njya kuvuga my Idebate experience, hari akantu nabonye turi gukora nabi kandi it really deserves it. Wenda abantu batambutseho mbere, you know, biraho cyane. Ariko the students, when it comes to the winning part, iriya ndirimbo, it really matters. Kuko you actually feel, you know, ndarenze. So DJ yisubizemo abantu bahaguruke dusubiremo ukuntu kari bugende. Kuko aba bantu barakaze, abantu 10 mu mwaka wose nta bantu barenze. So please, you know, abantu bose twese ndabubaha mwese ndabubaha ariko mumfashe duhaguruke tugakore tugasubiremo nyine uko kagomba kugenda. So the DJ, please. So ubwo ibi bintu biri bukorwe icyo gihe nikigera kandi tubisubiremo neza uyeno yari rehearsal. So before I go into, you know, kubabwira uwo muntu kuko ni umunyeshuri ukomeye, you've actually proved potential and, you know, ibyo bintu byose abantu bose bagiye babivuga. I will have to talk about my experience with Idebate. So I started with Idebate muri 2015, 2014. Hanyuma ubwo it was more of, you know, yari a route to actually go out. Abantu bari mwiga muri Notre Dame barabizi ko the debate club ari abantu basohoka cyane. Buri kwezi turasohoka n'inzara yo muri interna, you actually have to go out every month. So I actually went there just to, you know, go out and everything. The first day I met Bruce. So Bruce abagizanye by'abantu byahuze the judge ugasanga nta byuzi ufite n'ubwoba n'isoni n'iki. I actually felt so ridiculous and byari bibabaje pe. Ubwo they encouraged me again to go ndagenda. My first tournament we really lost very bad. Second tournament, third tournament niyo natwaye certificate ya mbere. And I think naibonye kubera ko I was the most loud, you know, the loudest person in the whole tournament because I was really loud. And I was the 18th, bavuga 20, the best speakers bavuga 20. And I think I got it because I was really loud. I still am loud. But that time it was really ekuri. So then that first certificate is an anizindi and experience and everything. but nk'uko abantu bose bagiye batambuka bivuga, it helps in our careers, it helped in, ibintu byinshi, ariko personally, actually gave me lifetime friendships. It gave me a family, people I actually call a family, kuko muri aba bantu bose, if I was to call a person saa tanu z'ijoro binshanze, I would really think of an Idebate person, because they've been they're reliable people. They're people that you shared most of the painful situations, the joyful situations, everything in life. And then we nigeze kwivuga ngo Becca was a very smart person. He was an economist. Through Idebate, I actually, after he passed away, it was Idebate, and I actually continued debating and everything. At my university, I got the chance to occupy the position he had at his work. So basically, I feel in for Becca. So that was through nagiye connecting uko nyine it was Idebate, then afterwards the debate, let's say career I continued. Bituma I actually had the courage yo gupostula, puis I actually got through the process and everything. But then I still think I owe it to him very much. Kuba, the position I have right now is actually because of him. Yeah, so I really thank Idebate. I really thank Jean-Michel. Jean-Michel, he's amazing, he's amazing. But if you've never been trained by Jean-Michel, you actually, but Jean-Michel, you're really amazing, and I personally thank you for that. Though, byageze nkafata nickname itari nziza of being a terrorist to you. Whenever I actually go in a debate when he's judging, I'm terrorizing him because I'm very loud. But, thank you so much. And thank you to Bruce. Really, I had to say this. Bruce is, Jean-Michel ni coach w'abantu bose, but personally, Bruce is my coach. I owe everything I have in debate to Bruce. He's been, he's been a coach, he's been a friend, he's been a critic, a very big critic. And every time nasokaga muri debate, if I've actually done ridiculous stuff, he'll be like, go. It was really bad. So I really thank you, Bruce. I really thank you. The numerous certificates you said, I give them back to you. Nzaigo. So, mbere yuko I actually say this, I present to you this person, haraka video. Oh. So Jed has another plan, so.
But the plan is not to make you wait, trust me. But we have a top 10, and we will recognize the efforts of the 9 best speakers, and then we'll take a little pause, we give time to the DJ to show off, and then we call the first one, yeah. So now, our 10th best speaker is Akimana Olga Misha. If you're around, come forward. Woo! Yeah.
So before she actually does, congrats Olga, but umuntu wese uruvuye muri public bagashyiramo indirimbo ukaza utabyina urasubirayo.
You will show you're not from my debate. Now, the 9th one is Nkubito Ishimwe Arsène. Hey! What are your moves? Our 8th one is Agasaro Queen Daniela. Oh la la. She's not around? Okay. The 7th is Omubyeyi Ineza Lisa. Your moves, girl. Where are your moves? Hey. Next is Kayumba Hero. Kayumba. Your moves, your moves. Kamikaze Amolo. Kamikaze. Okay. Benimana Dominique. That's sad. Inware Pierre from IFAC. And now our second best speaker is Muzira Honi. She's not around, so I guess we'll give it up to the DJ.
DJ. So, DJ,
Stand up!
Stand up! Stand up!
Stand up!
The best speaker of the year is Bright Shaka!
Woo!
Good evening, everyone. I first thank the Idebate family because this is my family wherever I go. From morning to evening, my teachers who have coached me, my fellow students from other schools, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. So, first of all, I will first I get this award and I award it to my grandmom because she passed away last last year. So she passed away when she was 103. And before she passed away, she looked me to the eyes and said that you have to stay and work for the young generation to come and give an example and set the grounds and the base where they will come and build this world and make it a better place for everyone. So, and this award goes to my fellow student Akimana Olga Mika, and I thank her because she's the one that we've started this journey all along this year. So, and I thank her, and this is the family I will forever remember, and it is the family I will work for when I finish my studies. So thank you.
Another very big round of applause for the best speaker of the year 2021-2022. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we do not just recognize the best students, we also recognize the best schools. Schools that have consistently ranked among the best during the very many tournaments, monthly tournaments that took place in this academic year. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to first call upon the top 9, technically number 10 through 2, and then I will welcome a very, very important person to present the award for the best school of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, if I call upon a school and we have a representative here, it would be a pleasure for an honor to welcome them to come here on the stage. And without further ado, the 10th best school of 2021-2022 is Groupe Scolaire Sainte Famille. The ninth best school of the academic year 2021-2022 is Groupe Scolaire Kicukiro. Ubwo igihe nta muntu uje hano amashyi murajya muyama nyine ubwo ndabarepresenta. The 8th best school of 2021-2022 is none other than IFAC. The seventh best school is Collège Saint-André. Andi mashyi menshi cyane. Now, the 6th best school is Esa Nyarugunga. The 5th best school of 2021-2022 is Riviera High School. Amashyi ndabona nkomeje kuyikubira njyenyine ariko nta kibazo ndabyishimiye. The 4th best school of this academic year is Also one of the finalists of the TV Debate Championships, Glory Academy. The third, ladies and gentlemen, the third best school of 2021-2022 is none other than Lycée Notre-Dame des Citeaux. The second best school of 2021-2022 is Groupe Scolaire Sainte Bernadette. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are going to present the award for the best school. But I would like to welcome a very important person, one of my oldest friends in Idebate, umuntu twahoraga tuvibingana ibihe byose twatsinzwe. Abandi bose bakarakara bakajya kuburana amanota yabo bakabona ngiye nawe turi very chill nta kintu twitayeho. Karomba Fred.
Hello. Is everyone in a good mood? Me, I'm very happy. Jean-Michel knows I've been dreaming about this day for a very long time. But we're here. So Bruce is right. I think if there was an award for the biggest losers, we deserved that one. I mean, Ivan here is fine because he never had issues like us. But I'm very glad that I get to present this award. First of all, I want to ask somebody else to come here. Usually they call me Patrick and Fred, or Fred and Patrick, so he cannot stay seated. Patrick, come here. Before you ask, no, we are not twins, but we got tired, so. So, a backstory. I mean, I'll just let him say something first. Maybe.
Hey, everyone. Yes, Bruce, I'm a little mad at you. Usually it's Pat and Fred, but, you know, he remembered. Fred said biggest losers. Now, I don't believe in that. It was not biggest losers. It was the most passionate team. Right? I mean, Fred is probably the king of passion. I mean, at this point, I quit Gemnos probably 20 times. So many times. Every time we lost, I quit. But Fred was always like, we're going back. We are going back. And so, at this point, I want to thank, I've never actually thanked Fred before. This is the first. But yeah, I would definitely have quit a long time ago if it wasn't for Fred, and I would have missed out on probably the biggest opportunity of my life. And so for that, Fred holds probably a huge place in our team. And so yeah, sorry for being too long. I just want to say Kagarama lives and breathes Idebate. We are the soul of this organization, and we are definitely always going to be the soul of this organization. Thank you, guys.
So, yeah. Patrick said passionate team, but the food was amazing too. That's why I mean, Bruce, we liked that food. That's why we kept coming. Definitely didn't work on me, but we're getting there. So, one thing I would say is the reason we're here is because Jean-Michel just, he recognized that we came back. You know, before at some point we thought, okay, nobody really cares. And even at the administration used to be like, but where'd you go? You know, you lose, we give you money, and we could give it to someone else. Like, it could be better. But Jean-Michel, one day he came and said, you know, I see you guys, you know, I see you. And the moment he said that, I was not gonna stop going. So I went back, and we lost absolutely every debate that year. But if there's any school that actually learned the true essence of debate, I would say it's Kagarama, where we came from. Because Jean-Michel used to say it, we lost so much that we had no other choice but to win. So we actually understood it. Like when we won our first tournament, everybody was just so happy, you know. They were just like, yo, it's long overdue. We're really glad for you, happy for you. And yeah. Okay. Yeah, so they're telling me I'm taking a long time. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. So before we proceed, I just want to say thank you to everybody, Daddy, Jesh, Alex, Sherif, everybody who, I don't know, who did whatever they can for us to be standing here. Like, I'm amazed that all the people in the back, all the generations, and I'm very excited to see what happens in the future. So I'm told there's a video that they're going to play before the winners come out. So I don't know if the song comes first or the video, but let's do it. The video first. Kagarama, come out, come out, come out. I understand. I cannot believe this. All right. I think that was it.
Well, it is a great honor that Kagarama Secondary School gets to receive the award of best school. And, well, this is not a single school. Can a girl stand up also where they are? It's not a single school because you are boys only. Where are the girls? Somewhere there, stand up. Exactly. So I would say that Kagarama has really strived to be at this place. And I joined Idebate in 2016, and since then, I was with Boris when we started in 2016, and we had to take our first trophy. See, the first trophy that we had, me and Boris, was when we were in Senior 6. So you can get all the 6 years. We worked hard, but then at this point, we get to see that our efforts with the rest of the team have been really great. And I would like to thank many volunteers, many coaches that have been with us, starting from Gloria, Nasser, Fisto, Christian, many people that have been there to help us, and Abiel also, who did a great job at, well, I have to tell you this, the first time Abiel came to our school, we had prepared the B case, so we introduced it to him. We did some sort of debate among ourselves, and then he was like, "Do you know what? You're speakers." And we were like, "What? Anyone can do that." So we were discouraged at some point, but then he encouraged us to learn, to debate, and at this point, I'm very proud of this.
Excuse me, I'll not leave without saying this. I know that in a few seconds to come, I'll be taking this to the headmaster of Kagarama Secondary School, telling him that, sir, I came here, I joined the school in 2016, but this is the legacy I'm going to leave in Kagarama. And Jean-Michel said when he freshly graduated from university, coming back to Rwanda, that he's going to give back to the society what he had learned in the United States. And I can say this award is going to be touched on by my young kids at Kagarama Secondary School. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. So, in all tournaments, when you're very excited that you're finally going out of school and you're going to meet different people from different schools, there are schools you knew you will meet. No matter what, whether it's raining, too sunny, you know you will meet them. And we are going to recognize those kind of schools as well. We are going to recognize those schools that give their students opportunities to come and learn from the Idebate, and to actually trust them and say, we know when you study in a boarding school and you get time to go out, you know you're not just going to do one thing, yeah? So, I will try not to mention since there are parents here, but we all know. But the point is, there are schools that would trust us beyond our easily to be tempted young souls back then. And we are going to recognize them. And Dominique Akisa will help me.
Like the people who were there at the beginning, they know how much this award means to us. We used to leave home. I didn't plan this. We used to leave home, and I remember I used to tell them I'm going to Idebate. They're like, what is Idebate? I'm like, it's an organization. They're like, led by who? I would say Jean-Michel. Who is Jean-Michel? I'm like, okay, apart from Jean-Michel, who else? Who is older? Who is there with you? I'm like, we are just teenagers. Imagine parents who trusted us as teenagers to actually do something that you are passionate about. And then the next task was to find schools that will actually give us their students and the teachers accompanying them. And they had no idea who we are. No, like never, nobody even asked us for an ID. We had no badges, no ID, nothing. We used to make lists of schools and then go and knock and talk about debate. At the time, debate was not this popular. I'm telling you, the first tournament we had, probably like, I don't know, maybe like 30 people showed up. So when you talk about schools that keep coming, whatever happens, like she said, whether it rains, whether, you know, whether there is money or no money, teachers taking monies out of their pockets to come with the students. Students are being told that you're not going to go back to debate. Like, today is a testament of the dedication, the consistency. We are grateful, we appreciate you. So we'll let the DJ play the video, and then you can give the award to the most consistent school.
So if they're not able to show us that traditional media has not, social media is not less than 5%, then they cannot.
Lycée Notre-Dame de Citeaux. Mr. Simon Peter, you are there at the beginning. We recognize you. A t-shirt from Simon Peter. Raise. Woo!
Can we have all LNDC girls here, please? Yes, muze.
Please, all students from the Academy of Debaters, all students from the Academy of Debaters, please. Please. Those ones who have been at Lycée Notre Dame d'Osto in O level, then shifted to other schools. Those ones who have been pleased. I do not see Benita here. I do not see. Please come and join. Please come. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Idebate, everyone present here. Please, we thank you for this award as the most consistent school. I have one thing to tell you. Normally, starting with the Idebate, for us, as you understand, the school is called Lycée Notre Dame d'Osto. It is a French name. It is a school led by nuns, and those nuns, they are coming from Belgium. 2011, starting the debate club at Lycée Notre Dame d'Osto, it was not very easy to convince Francophones how debate is important. They were telling me that you are going to make our students just what? Girls who do not have values, who are out of culture and everything. Ugiye kutugirira abana bacu abasama, kugira abakobwa abasama. I was being told this one, then I tried my best to convince the school that these days students need additional values apart from this one. Then starting with debates, someone who called me was just what was the patron of Lycée de Kigali. Arriving there, I think these students from Lycée de Kigali here and their team, the other girl who have talked just what in the behalf of just what of Baker, please, they beat my school. It was not only beating, it was demolishing. Then girls cried, telling me that please, this one, we cannot just what, we cannot support it. But I tried my best, continue and encouraging girls that please try to participate. Then at the time, I got a lot of girls participating in the debate. Then in order to encourage them, I think Monique, who has come here, knows about it. I used to go with a coaster full of students. Instead of going with the 2 teams or 1 team, for me, I used to take there a coaster. Then at lunchtime, it used to become a problem. Please, we told you to bring only 6 students. Now you're coming with 28, 29 students. This one is not good. Then I told them that for me, bringing a lot of students, I have one reason. Lycée Notre Dame d'Osto, we do not have a debate club. We have Academy of Debaters. Then by that academy, I used to go with the O-level students. Then students finishing O-level, they used to go to other schools. I think these ones you find here, some went to other schools like Gashora Girls School, went just to other schools like Erdeka and so on. Arriving there with the one forming what? Forming clubs there. With the one opening debate clubs there. For example, you see these 2 girls from Just Glory Academy, they have been part of the of the Academy of Debaters of Lycée Notre Dame d'Osto. I thank God for one thing, because what I dreamed just to reach, I reached it. Then today, I find just my former students in different institutions, there are some who try just to reach great universities, like Harvard University, I have students there. I have students in Japan and other great universities. Because of what? Because of debate. Because before, we used to have good students performing very well at the national level, but going for interviews in US Embassy, in other embassies, used to fail totally. It was very, very disappointing to find a girl who is the best in the country, but going for interview misses something to tell just what? To tell the judges. But today, you see, for example, these students you find here, they are great. They speak just what? They know how to speak out. They know how just to make sure that we are girls who can participate in different activities like Miss Rwanda and so on. And sometimes they win. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. Please, oh, a picture, yes. Please, get closer.
Yes, get closer and take a picture.
Thank you so much. Please give our greetings to the headmistress. Thank you so much.
Please, another round of applause for LNDC. And a very special shout out to Teacher Simon. You've done a lot of great work. He mentioned something about participating in Miss Rwanda and everything. Did you guys know that Idebate has 2 Miss Rwandas? Twihamashi. Okay, reka mbivuge mu Kinyarwanda. Idebate Rwanda ifite ba nyampinga b'u Rwanda 2. Kibazo bose ntibabonetse ariko tuzabikurikirana. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard from many various students who are still part of the program. We've heard from many of the alumni who have graduated, but I would like now to call upon 2 very important ones. I will explain why they're important to me. I'm not sure that is the reason they were chosen to speak tonight, but we want to hear from them, from how Idebate shaped their lives, their experiences, and how that has been a factor in where they are now in life. First up is Mr. Ivan Magwene. This guy has been the life of the party since 2012. This guy, so we went to a tournament in Uganda in 2013. Now, who knows how long the drive is from Kampala to Gatuna, the border? How many hours? 8. This guy, as well as Mecca, Khazak, and Jonathan Winabungu, they literally entertained us, spoke the entire 8-hour drive from Kampala to Gatuna. We got to Gatuna. Jean-Michel took one look at them and how exhausted they were because of speaking. He went to a supermarket, came back with a 5-liter gallon jug of juice and 2 packs of bread. And it was like, so he has been an amazing, amazing person. He has been one of the best debaters. In 2013, was actually the best speaker of the year. And it is a pleasure to give him the floor to tell us about what his journey has been.
Hello. It is hard to speak after so many great comments. 10 years. 10 years, eh? I see some people, 10 years is quite a long time. You can tell from faces. But I'm super, super happy to be here. And like I said, 10 years is a lot, so I had to put my thoughts down. 10 years is a lot, you forget. But I'm super, super happy. Like Bruce said, I'm one of the alumni of Idebate. Once an Idebater, always? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but tonight I want to say a few things. Especially, one of the things that I'm really, really excited about is the fact that we see so many parents here tonight. I mean, when I remember back in the days, you know, most parents didn't know what we were doing, and seeing that tonight we have so many parents in the room, we're super, super proud. I'm personally so happy to see so many new faces. I actually thought I'll never come to an debate event and actually, you know, start looking so weird. But tonight we have so many faces, and I'm super, super excited to see so many new faces today. But for those of you who don't know me, my name is Ivan Magwene. I used to debate for Lycée de Kigali. Yeah. It didn't work. Lycée de Kigali? What happened? What really happened? Yeah, I'm reporting to school on Monday. But let me tell you a story. 10 years ago, my friend, the late Samuel Becker, came knocking at my class door while recruiting for an interclass debate competition. I remember him convincing me and robbing me with amazing gifts that were to be won after the competition. Little did I know, after him beating me on the finals of the interclass debate competition, the gift would be to have lunch at Chez John in Kiyovu. That was the beginning of a wonderful time with Becker. Well, months later, after the competition, would go on to form a school debate team and compete in various debate competitions. But it wasn't until we met Jean-Michel that our journey would have to change forever. Fresh out of university, well, I don't know if you've met Jean-Michel. There's the Jean-Michel of today. There's the Jean-Michel fresh out of university. Energy. All with his backpack and all that. Came in to visit at school. I remember him visiting our school and telling us about the program. And honestly, I have to say, today when I look back, we're really, really lucky to be among the few to have been chosen by the program and start with the program from the get-go. Jean-Michel gave us our first debate training. From there, we learned to structure arguments and think beyond the stage performance we were providing. Now, when I tell you we're stage performers, we were serious stage performers. It was a question of opposers, all that, and then just throwing around words and entertaining people in the crowd. For that, we're really good at the job. That is it. All you had to do is just get, the crowd crazy, and that was it. But thanks to Jean-Michel, we literally learned how to structure our arguments, and from there, slowly by slowly, we learned how to literally do an actual debate. I don't know if Jean-Michel still does this, but there's this thing he used to do where he would put you on a one-on-one cross-examination. Students, hello? I really hope he still does that, but I remember him doing that. Imagine being put on a cross-examination in front of everybody, and Jean-Michel is firing you one by one. You're coming from a very entertaining field where you're very confident. By the time he leaves the stage, you're humbled, but at the same time thinking, am I really that? You know what I mean? But through that, we learned so much in terms of, just thinking beyond the stage performance you used to provide and all that. And it humbled us to go back and learn. And from there, my people, I tell you, I've been learning. So to Jean-Michel, as we celebrate tonight, we want to say thank you for sacrificing everything so that we could not have anything to worry about on a beautiful debating day. "10 years. I will never forget you and some people here. I used to be part of those meetings. I remember just sitting in the background. I'll never forget people giving up their salaries so we could have lunch at a debate competition. Did you hear that? It wasn't just sacrificing that, but just remembering the selfless passion, actions that you were doing so that we could not worry about anything but just rather debate was something that we carry today. And few people are able to display such kind of courage and passion the way you did. And for that, we're very thankful. Well, the food was nice too, especially if you know the menu back in boarding school. Jean-Michel, it takes a lot to fund a vision, but you gave Idebate the most important of all, your heart and time. So tonight, I want us all to stand up. One more time. Let's give it up for Jean-Michel. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Again, 10 years later, we meet again. Most of us are now university graduates. Some have bald heads. 10 years ago, some of us had hair. Some are married. Yeah. And some, I would not say single, they're still trying to find love. "10 years, still trying to find the one. But what makes us proud 10 years on is to see the many new faces. Seeing so many new faces does testify the progress in the leagues and the selfless volunteers and the amount of work that has been done to get where we are today. And again, I want to, get your hands together for everyone that has really, really played a very huge part in this. They told me to come here to talk about the impact debate has had on me. To the parents out there, I cannot express enough the impact debate has had on me. From giving me a space to spend valuable time as a student, as a high school graduate, to building the actual life skills that I would later need in my career. To be honest, if there's any skills that I ever find is really useful in the workplace today, I think debate skills are one of them. And when I say that, I really, really do mean it. You might be a really good engineer, a good manager or anything, but if anything, for you to get to that for you to go that extra mile, you actually need these interpersonal and communicative skills. And I think one thing has been very important to see for me is that with these skills, you're able to progress even in the workplace. So for every parent here, make sure if you're sending your child to debate, do it more. Let the students interact more. And I think, it doesn't even take that long. I didn't know today I'll be here standing 10 years on, but it will definitely show up in the long run, the kind of skills that they took on today and how far they can come. To end my speech, I want to say this. To Jean-Michel, the team that started this, and the team that continues to serve, we see you and we thank you. We thank you for helping us think and speak a better world. And in the words of DJ Khaled, although he might get us this time sued for copyright, let the next 10 years be of more impact, and may we continue to win, 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 no matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ivan is among those of us bakomeje gukurikirana ibintu bijyanye no gutungwa n'amagambo. He is in communications and he's one of the best to ever do it in this country. All right, next up, I would like to call upon another alumni, Benita Gaju Rutagarama. A round of applause for Benita, please.
Hello. It's funny how people think that everybody who's passed through debate has overcome the fear of public speaking. If they only knew how much my palms are sweating right now. But I will still start and finish this speech because honestly, that is what debate has taught me the most. The nerves, the imposter syndrome, the discomfort does not necessarily disqualify the power of my voice. So, my name is Rutagarama Gaju Benita, and I'm very honored and privileged to give this alumni speech. Although I didn't really think I was an alumni, because I didn't graduate from Idebate. I am still a very big part of it since 2012. In the training at Goethe Institute, debate has been a big part of my life ever since. And no, I'm still an Idebater. I'm not an alumni. I'm just going to give a speech to share with you my journey in Idebate. And when I told my mom today that I was going to come to this anniversary, she was like, can I come? I'm like, I'm not sure. She was like, no, it's debate. But I wasn't really sure there's going to be parents, so I made her chill. She's not here. She's back because I saw parents. But just all this to say that even people around us have seen us change, grow, and flourish into better people. And I mean, it really speaks for itself. And I can't stop being amazed by how great people who've passed through the program have continued to go on into becoming, highly effective employees in their workplaces, going into very prestigious universities, studying the best business ventures in the country, to name a few, because even though we would lose 3 rounds of debate in the debate tournaments, or like freeze when we were given a point of information we had not anticipated, in the end we developed a sort of self-worth, eagerness to learn, and confidence, just so many things, a sense of purpose too. And Idebate has really given us, each of us, to explore our talents, to overcome our fears, to pursue our dreams. Yeah. And also today I cannot also go without recalling the beautiful memories that we made, the fun memories that we made in Idebate, like just chilling and listening to Radio Rwanda. Or hiding in the bathrooms to try to avoid Kitoko or Gael or any other people who are in charge of waking us up for morning muchaka. Or just rehearsing the night before and making a not so talented but beautiful choir for the church service. And also, as you have seen, we've also had people we discovered people could also sing or are also great poets, like Christian showed you. Like our field debaters also had other talents that we were able to see during the camps. And so as I close, I'd like to acknowledge how much I have to be thankful for. And I also like other alumni to reflect on this great gift that we've had of receiving such a great education. So thank you for the founders, Jean-Michel, Teta, all the team that has allowed us to, because of you, we didn't have to look for inspiration from far. We had you, you inspired us to be such impactful people at such a young age as you did. Thank you to all the volunteers, all the judges. Your mentorship was really invaluable. There's something I forgot to say that I think is very important. Before I continue thanking people, I'd like to say that the critical thinking skills that we got from debate and the problem-solving skills are very important to this country. The country that has known a genocide like our own really needs, because the beginning of the preparation of such an atrocity starts with the dissemination of ideologies and propaganda, and it is very dangerous if the population does not have the tools to think critically, to question such an irrational hatred. And because I debate, I think we are a better youth for our country, where we can help rebuild this country because we've had the tools to be able to interact and to engage in the political, economic, and social issues of our country, and we are engaged citizens. So we are going to be to build a better Rwanda. Back to, sorry, I should come back to learn my structure of speech, but going back to my, my gratitude, I also want to thank my fellow debaters who have really humbled me, who have taught me empathy, who have taught me consistency, and who have basically challenged me and pushed me to think and speak a better world. So today I'd like everybody to say Aru when I say speak the truth. So speak the truth! Speak the truth! Happy 10th anniversary, Fox.
Thank you, Benita. She said it right. Because of Idebate, we didn't have to go to look for inspiration from afar. And Idebate didn't see us grow on individual basis alone, but we also saw it grow as an organization. We came from them knocking door to door for people to hear them out. They grew to seeing a lot of people turn up for their debates, and they grew to hosting camps, amazing camps, by the way. And then they went from that to organizing amazing different trainings from students, teachers, mentors, different people. And they also grow to join the digital revolution. And we saw TV debates happening, yeah? And guys, are we still together? Hello? From behind? Thank you. So now we're going to call Adelph Rugundana to come and help us present the TV Debate Award.
Hello, everyone. I am Adelph Rugundana, like she just said, and I work at Idebate. And I joined Idebate last year in October. I was introduced to Idebate by my sister, Loan Miza, who is a beloved member of the organization. Coming into this journey, I was excited about the endless opportunities that Idebate provided. I was a witness to the impact that the organization had, and I could not wait to be part of it. And for that, I thank Jean-Michel and the team. During the first few weeks working for Idebate, I was assigned to coordinate and lead teams for the debate tournaments. One of the highlights of my journey was leading the TV debate series, which some of you had the opportunity to witness earlier today. It was a long journey working alongside very bright students and hard-working team. I believe it would be an understatement to say that Idebate is an impact-driven organization. We calculate our progress to minds and transform, and smiles formed as a realization that the future is bright. The Idebate TV Championship is our new program that was initiated to increase the platform and visibility that we give to our students. In partnership with RBA, we broadcasted a debate episode every week on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday on KC2 TV. We started this program with 16 schools that were chosen in Kigali, our best 8 schools in Kigali, and our best schools, 8 best schools in Eastern Province. Through different knockout stages, and today we had our finals. So therefore, I would like to call the 2 teams that were in the finals today with us, Glory Academy and Mother Mary. Please come on stage. Hurry up, guys. Thank you very much. This is the moment that we have been waiting for since last year, December. So we're about to announce the winner of the Idebate TV Debate Championship of 2022. So I hope the DJ is ready. And the winner is Mother Mary. DJ. At Idebate, no one is a loser. So we'd like to also thank Glory Academy. You guys were very good.
Right, another round of applause for the winners, please. Let's take just 1 minute or 2 at most to hear from you and hear your thoughts.
Hi, everyone. So I guess little of us know the school, Mother Mary. I think this is like Mother Mary's first experience in debate, and it is really good that at least our first championship is on the anniversary. I really thank God for that. I thank God so much, oh my God, for this trophy. I think it's Mother Mary's first debate trophy, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Yeah, and I feel like it's really an inspiration. It is an inspiration. I thank God so much for the team that always follows us, the debaters, and I really feel like they're going to step in the footsteps of those that are going before them and after them. Yeah, and then I thank God so much for Idebate. I don't know, I'm thanking God so much, but yes, I thank God so much. I thank God so much for Idebate for giving us this platform. I really wanted to say this while I was seated there. So I went to Fawe. And at Fawe, I just felt like I was not being given the platform that I needed. Like, not because we're losing a lot, but like, I don't know, like, I just felt like I wasn't being seen. So I really thank God for, he knew, okay, I thank God and Idebate for he knew that this is the time, yeah, on the anniversary. I thank our teachers, I thank our coach, Teacher Sab. Yeah. Yeah, and lastly, all of us would thank Jean-Michel. For me personally, I see Jean-Michel at church. I don't think he knows that. But like, you know, seeing someone helping people, helping the youth build, you know, careers and build themselves, and seeing him also in church preach is a double inspiration. So I really thank God for that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. You may return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, DJ. Ladies and gentlemen, now for the icing on tonight's cake.
But before that, I think the TV debate wouldn't have been possible without our very own MC. Please stand up and show us yourself.
David, you did an amazing job. We'd like to give you your flowers.
David, you can come forward. David, you can come forward. This is our very own. You want to say something? A little bit, like 1 second.
Right, thank you. Personally, I want to say just a few things. I'd like to also thank Idebate Rwanda. I didn't grow up, I just joined like Idebate Rwanda very, very soon. My school wasn't unfortunate, it was unfortunate to, you know, we didn't join many debates. So we would see it from far because I went to a school that didn't go to any of these competitions, but it was always my dream to like be in Idebate Rwanda. So I joined, I think last year as a volunteer, and I can honestly say that also Idebate Rwanda changed my life. They helped me realize the dream and pursue a career that I never knew I had. I think for those of you who were here before, I hosted this Idebate TV Championship, and it's then that I realized that that I have the talent. And thank you very much for Jean-Michel for the golden opportunity. That has also led to multiple other opportunities. So it has been an honor to host the Idebate TV Championship, and I can honestly say that better things are yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. So as I was saying, it's time for the icing on tonight's cake.
Yeah, you know, Bruce, tonight we did something we used to do, that I used to do a lot at my home. We spoke a lot of Jean-Michel, Jean-Michel, Jean-Michel. And I used to say it a lot, that my dad was wondering, okay, is this your boyfriend? I was like, we are going to meet Jean-Michel. We will see Jean-Michel. Jean-Michel will be there.
Eriko waciye biletanyisha.
You see, but Jean-Michel is truly someone who lives up to the times his name is mentioned.
Very quickly, before we bring him to the stage, what is the one thing you remember about Jean-Michel? Like the one thing that has marked you about him?
One thing is, he says that when I'm in the classroom, the class is not boring, and that I have always taken it to heart, and I make sure my presence is felt when I'm in the room. So thank you, Jean-Michel.
Jean-Michel is a friend, is a teacher, and is a mentor to so many people, not just those who are in this room. I think it's probably one of the names zivugwa cyane muri iki gihugu n'urubyiruko. Personally, I knew him in 2012. I talked about my very first experience with Idebate. Nibwo bwa mbere nahuye na Jean-Michel, and he has been one of the most consistent presences in my life. He has been there for me, not just in Idebate, but in my own personal life as well. He has been a beacon. He has guided me. He has pushed me to see things in myself that I could never otherwise have seen. He has, I don't know how to say it. He has given me so many chances and so many opportunities to do things that I never thought I would be able to do. I've messed up a lot of those. And still he has been there. He has atanga amahirwe. Akanatanga nandi, akanatanga nandi, akanatanga nandi. Muri aka kanya rero ndagira ngo tumwakire. Jean-Michel, this is Idebate's day, but this is also your day. And I'll just say one thing before I give him the mic. I love you, man. I love you very much. Now, a word of warning, just that he's about to cry.
You know, when I was the age of everyone here in the room, I mean the ones in the back, which was a few years ago, I would say I was a very cool student. I was very cool. I even talked about those who don't have hair anymore. I used to have a big afro. I used to have cornrows. I used to wear baggy jeans. I still do wear baggy jeans. And I used to wear everything that cool people do. And I was also a singer in the choir. I did every single thing that people do in school except do well in class. I remember one of my teachers said, in her accent, Jean-Michel, you are a very nice boy, but you're dumb. And then I joined Idebate, and I thought I can't be bad at everything. I had to be good at something. And then when I joined, I remember people had to listen to me for 5 minutes. Everyone had to be quiet as I was speaking for 5 minutes. And first of all, that was terrifying because I didn't have things to say for 5 minutes. But it was such an empowering experience. And I remember the first time I ever did that, I said, I'm going to be the best at this. And I went to do university on a debate scholarship. And when I was finishing, I said, I'm going to go. And because I knew that I'm not the smartest kid, I knew that I am not the most talented, But I said the opportunity that was given to me, I was going to make sure that others get it. So today, I'm going to speak in two roles. One, I will speak as the leader of an organization, and secondly, I will speak as Jean-Michel. I would say when I look back, the first thing I want to do is to thank God. You know, there are many people who, when they achieve, something about achievement, it makes you very arrogant. But then when I look at my life and I look at all that we have done for the last 10 years, I know that no one in this room can work harder than I. I know that no one in this room is as stubborn as I am. And no one in this room demands of themselves harder than I do. And if you don't believe me, ask any of the guys that I work with. I read a book a day. I constantly studying. But with all of that, I can honestly say that all of this is nothing but the product of grace. I am so grateful to God because God shaped me in a way that I had no idea. The fact that I was the student that no one thought would ever do anything means that when I see a student, I know and I say, unless you say that you can't do it, no one can tell you anything. The fact that I also, when you're not smart, when you're not smart when you're young, one of the things that happen is that you constantly feel like you have to continually learn. Some of you, I ask sometimes the students that we work with, I'm like, you guys are weird. Like, how are you smart at your age? But for me, the fact that I wasn't academically privileged, it meant that I learned the value of hard work. I learned the value of hard work. But then also the fact that I was always the best starting from behind, it also meant that I never took failure at heart. I always knew I am better than my failure and I'm better than my success. So sometimes, people say, oh, Jean-Michel, the compliment of Jean-Michel, you're so smart, has never touched me because I don't even believe it. So when people say, oh, you have when people, sometimes they give you advice and say, well, no, actually, you are smarter than you think. Or no, I always say, no, man, I'm not that smart. I just read a lot, but I'm not that smart. Because for me, it never touched. Because all of that is just the work of the architect of my life. And I'll be so arrogant not to stand here and I say all of this was done by sheer drive and optimism. All of this is grace. And anyone who's with us, remember, we once took students in Kampala, a group of 75, now we can only say it now, we couldn't say it before. We took a group of 75 students to Kampala on a Friday morning, and on that Thursday we had 0. But we still believed it. Monique used to call it Idebate God. And what that has done is when I see, and my team can testify to this, when they come and they say it's not possible, I'm like, guys, don't even tell me that. Because what we have done and what we have accomplished, I know it is possible. So I like to begin by first giving, I know that, yes, I give thanks to God, but I also have to give thanks to people because that's the only way that God works. I like to begin by thanking my parents. The team has bet that Jean-Michel is going to cry, but it's an unfair bet because we all know Jean-Michel cries all the time. A grown man crying. Wow. But I would say this. I'd like to say thank you to my mom and also my dad who's chilling somewhere. I'd like to say thank you. When we grew up, my mother used to beat me all the time. Honestly, if she was in this day and time, child services would have taken me. But mom used to beat me and she'll beat me for my errors and the errors of my brothers. And I never used to understand. And I'm like, she'll beat me and then she says it's because your brothers performed badly. And I'm like, so what does it have to do with me? But Ma, when I look now, I hope you're able to see how you forced me to take responsibility for Eric and Cedric. Now I've taken responsibility for thousands of kids. And so, thank you. Merci, Mama. Because, it's not just that, but it's also everyone who knows, either in Idebate or anywhere, maybe the students might not know, is that our home is open to everyone. Sometimes mom will come home and there's like 35 kids at home and she's wondering what is happening here. And then she'll always say, c'est les enfants de Jean-Mich. And to that I say, thank you. You have been Mama PLP, you have been Mama Idebate. For those who know, who have worked in Idebate, you know that mom takes everything very personal. So when someone will do us harm, it's as if it's an attack on her. So I remember one time there was a school that we're supposed to go to and they denied us last minute. Mom stopped working and she was calling everyone that she knows. And she was pissed, more pissed. At some point we'd be like, Ma, no, c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon. It's okay. So, thank you. And then secondly also the fact, I'd like to say thank you to my dad who's chilling somewhere. Because, as I grow, I've noticed that we were given, mom and dad, like when people talk about my parents don't want me to do this, my dad used to say, do whatever you want to do, but just be the best. And today I'm so grateful for both of you because you were instruments of God and I'll forever be grateful. And I'd like to thank Tontop. When we started Idebate, I was living at aunt's place, Tontop. And I remember I would come to her. I didn't have a job. But I would go every day, train these kids, train. And then I remember in 2000, you probably don't remember. Tontop, you would hear her, she prays at 3 a.m. And at 3 a.m., you will hear her talk about, God, I ask you to bless Jean-Michel. I ask you that everything that he's doing, give him strength. She will pray for me every single 3 a.m. And I remember 2017, I got to a point, I'm like, guys, I am getting old. I am 30. I didn't want to say my age, but that time. And I would tell her, I'm 30, I'm growing old. And then I remember one time she sent me a 12-minute WhatsApp audio. And then she told me something that I've kept in heart. She said, Jean-Michel, and I'll say it in French, Jean-Michel, même si tout le monde te trahit, même si tout le monde dit tout ce qu'ils veulent dire, moi je crois en toi. And on this day, I was hoping I'm going to say that to you. Merci. Merci. Tontop will go and call every parent. She will call all her parent friends and she'll make it a personal, she'll be like, she will call them and if they don't come, she takes it personally. So I say, merci beaucoup. And I'm sorry guys, it is 10 years. I have to thank a lot of people. I'd like to thank he called it my mentor, friend, sister, Kate Kelly. Kate is shaped in a different way than I am. Kate has a lot of things that go on in her mind. She has 10,000 ideas and many things. When we started, I used to sit around with Kate and we'll go down on all these things. But Kate, the reason I want to thank you is you told me in 2013, I was running around looking for money. And you told me, don't waste your time. You say build, and then when you no longer need it, people will come. And I've always said, and I've always kept in mind, I'm going to build, and then once we've built, people will come. But Kate, you did something for me that I'll forever remember. When I finished my master's in 2018, I came back. When you look at this, it's stupid. I came back, I have a master's degree, and I am in a classroom teaching students. I had no money, nothing. And I know that you're a single mother. You sent me $1,000. And you said, and it's not the amount, it doesn't matter the amount. You said, I'm sending you this so that you have maybe an extra 2 months to do this. Kate, this, thank you. It was not the amount. It was not the money. It is because it's not that you make more money than anyone else. I knew how much you struggled. But you came and you gave me this money and you said, Jean-Michel, I believe in you and I want you to get this so that you know that there's some people who trust and believe in you. And Kate, from the bottom of my heart, I love you and thank you. Thank you. And Mike, you know, I met Mike when I was in university. I tell the team, and see, the problem with Mike is he's too simple. Mike is he's too humble. It's like Mike doesn't want any special treatment. Mike, even in the fact that he thanked others, he thanked them that they treat him like one of theirs. But Mike, in university, Mike is the most respected coach. Mike is brilliant. And I remember a few days ago, I read something I wrote when I saw you teach in a class. You do magic. I swear, I wrote an article said the teacher that I want to become. And because I saw you do what you do, and I was so inspired, I said, there is no way, because Mike, for anyone who was coached by Mike, Mike has a thing that is weird. He is so funny, but then so smart. And then he makes fun of you, and you don't know if you should feel bad or you should be just amazed at how he makes fun of you without really making fun of you. So, and I've seen, and you have helped us build this. Mike, man, I have so much respect for you. I have so much respect for you. And to see you come every year. And I've never seen someone you ask to do anything. You ask Mike, he's a doctor, he's one of the most prolific debate trainers around. And you ask him, hey, Mike, can you do this? And he would do it. And you see Mike lifting chairs and doing all of this. And then here you think, man, here a security guard at a school feels like a god. But then Mike, who has every reason, he is so humble. Mike, thank you. I swear, I don't know. Mike, I don't know what to say, but thank you, man. That's all. Like, that's the few words we have. Thank you for your dedication, for helping us build this, and for never asking for too much. Like, Mike is the only person I know who felt bad because we paid for a ticket for him to come. We pay for anything. He's like, I don't want you guys to pay anything for me. And he's like, use the money for other things. Mike, I am so grateful. Thank you, man. Thank you. And I want to say now, I want to say thank you to everyone. The first committee, where are they? Can I ask the guys to stand up? Jesh, Teta, Alex, Monique, and Emma. Where's Emma? You're old, man. Emma. Guys, can the first committee stand up? Sharif, Daddy. You know, these guys, honestly, I would say thank you for trusting me, because there's a thing about when you're leading a team, and then I know many people used to fight, and it's like, but you know, but thank you guys. You know, there's nothing that can be done without you guys. From the very beginning, you gave so much of yourself and so much of your time. And I will forever, and I'm always grateful for that. And I'd like to say I'm going to ask anyone who has ever volunteered, anyone who has ever judged at a tournament, who has ever done any administrative work for Idebate, I'd like you to stand up. Any volunteer, past, present, you wrote an email. Sharon, I see you. Why are you not standing? I'd like to say thank you. You know, Hamim, who's one of the guys behind the camera, last time when we were just celebrating the start of the TV debate, he said something that was so powerful. He said, I have never seen an organization that has so many volunteers who feel like this is their organization. And he was saying that the only people who do that is white people. But I swear, Idebate only has a problem of too many volunteers. And on my own behalf, I want to say thank you. Thank you. I just have a few more people to thank. I'd like to say, where's the current team? And the reason I'm thanking them is like, if I don't, they will give me hell. Where's the current team? Adelph, Bruno, Tanya, Babu. Where's Babu? Babu, stand up, man. Babu, Bangali. Now, let's stand up. Regine, Regine. By now she should be crying. That's my crying partner there. So, I want to say thank you, guys. Thank you for organizing. Thank you that after 10 years, I can sleep when we have an event and come in the middle of the day, right? That's a luxury. Thank you. And I'd like to thank, I'm going to say just a few words. You know, when there's two people that I'm hoping they're watching. And those are my debate coaches. And that is Chris Barron and Beth Skinner. Chris and Beth, I am sure you're watching. I just want to say that you gave me a chance and it has forever changed my life. When I hear all the students, what they say, I always think back and I say, Chris and Beth were my own Jean-Michel. Because they gave me a chance that forever changed my life. I told them when I finished university that what they had given me, I was going to give to others. And I am so grateful that they get to see this. And Chris, Beth, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, I'll do fast. I would like to thank Nelson, who's my right-hand man. Nelson Girinchuti. He's probably now somewhere in Virginia watching. Nelson is my right-hand man. I'll give you one thing. I remember one time in 2018, 2019, I came back and we created a full-time staff and we're doing all of that. And we had no money. So one of the things that I used to do is I would never be at the office because people would ask me for money. They're like, oh, we need money. It's like removing even salaries. It's like there was no money. And I remember one of the days I came and I told them, guys, it is okay for all of you to go because there's no money. And I don't think there's going to be any money soon. But Nelson and Bangali, where's Bangali? But why is Bangali first stand up? And Nelson and Bangali, they looked at me and they said, and they actually started laughing at me. They're like, Jean-Michel, you're very selfish. Why do you want to be in this alone? We also want to be part of it. So, Nelson, thank you. Bangali is you see, Bangali, he joined Idebate in 2012. He was my PA. Bangali used to take he was 13 or 14. Okay, 2000. So usually Bangali's years, we count the year plus one. So, so Bangali was 14. And he was in 20, and he used to be my PA. Bangali would come with my bag, and then he would set up the PowerPoint presentation, and he would just click. But then, the interesting thing is how he would tell the story when he goes back home. And he would be like, Mama, on a enseigné. On a enseigné. So, and then he used to be, and he's such a good storyteller, he would be like, no. So these guys thought it was just a simple presentation. And then Jean-Michel would be like, and I'll be like, pa! And everyone will see it. But Bangali, I think I told him by fire, by force. He has been my PA. He has moved to other titles. And he's still working in Idebate. But I still treat him like my PA. Right? But Bangali, here in front of everyone, I say thank you. You say? You know, anyone who knows me knows that me and Bangali sound the same. And that's because he copies my jokes and he copies all that I say. I have the mic so I can say it. But the thing with Bangali is that every time things are, I know I can come to him and say, man, you're not doing anything, and you get whatever happens. But I know that if there's someone who has stuck and who's going to stay for long, is him. And what I'm excited is that I know that even if I was to go and do other things, I know that he has spent enough time that he knows what to do. And so, thank you. So, I have just a few things to say. The first thing that I would say is, I always wonder, 10 years down, I always wonder, why is it that people stay when we have no money to offer them? Why is it that people stay when we are faulty and we do all these things? But you know, when I talk to all the students, I've noticed that for me, what my coaching has always been, if anyone looks, and Bruce can say it, and everyone that I coached, you will know that, yes, Jean-Michel will challenge you and everything, but for me, what I really hope you got out of your experience is that your voice matters. You know, everything that I do, I don't teach you 3 years down. If you look back clearly, I probably taught you 1 or 2 things about how to structure an argument. But what I wanted to always portray to you is that you're important, your voice matters, and because your voice matters, you have the responsibility to make sure that everyone who listens to you, everyone who listens to you, are either changed or they can think better. I know that in terms of argumentation, it's simple things. I like to question and all of that. But what I always hope is that at the end of it, you know that what makes Idebate is nothing more than the fact that we believe in you and we trust in you. We want to put everything that we have in this. You know, for me, love is commitment, love is sacrifice. Daddy has told you, it is amazing to sit here and sometimes get a salary. I am amazed. We worked for more than 9 years, and I used to work another job so I can put money in this. And the thing is, we'll be accused by teachers because they do that, and volunteers and everything. You guys want to make money. I'm like, I wish you knew. I wish, and by the way, it's not 20,000 that will make me rich, right? It's not. But what I wanted is for you to think and for you to see that your voice matters, and for you to see that because your voice matters, you have a responsibility. I always say, I'm going to repeat the things I say all the time to a point where it has become like a song to me alone. Nobody remembers who won last year's tournament. Nobody remembers. And you know why? Because at the end of it, it doesn't matter. What matters is, are you getting better? Are you helping others get better? And then, end of it all, what are you doing with what you have? What are you doing with what you have? That's what matters. And for me, I always say, every student, from the time I've coached, I hope that at the end of the day, you know that whether you win or lose, you always know that Jean-Michel loves you. There is no one, I can assure you, if any student ever said that I doubt if Jean-Michel loves me, they're lying. Because I always make sure, like, I'll give you an example. There was once, I don't know if Pat or Fred remember, they had a birthday, and that was in 2015 or 2014. And then I made a speech, and I said, I love you. And then all the guys are like, whoa, my God, no, that is gay. Oh, how can a man tell another man that he loves them? And then I remember, I think it was Pat who looked at them and was like, you guys have not met Jean-Michel, because he says, I love you all the time. But that's because I mean it. I love you guys. I trust in you. And I have a commitment to you. And what I know is I love winning. I love winning. But more than anything, I love you winning at life. Winning at what matters. Because a trophy doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But all the skills that you gain will be important. So I hope you all know that all of this is out of love. And sometimes love means that you even apologize when you do wrong. But I love you guys. I love you so much. And I'm committed to you. And now that I've spoken as Jean-Michel, now I'd like to speak as the executive director. Because, yes. See, my team, especially Bebe, Adelph, every time, they get too used to me. They will come and say, they'll be like, I will tell them to do something. They'll be like, And then after that, and then she's like, excuse me, Mr. ED, executive director. So, but I would say this. I'm excited. The last 10 years, I'll tell you, were just the foundations. What is so exciting about what we've been is for the last 10 years, we have proved that it can be done. I have refused to accept that our kids cannot be as articulate and as smart as any kid anywhere. In the last 10 years, we have won the African Championship. We have been in the top 16 in this year. We have won a tournament in Nairobi. We have won the Rollins Cup and all of these great things. But what I know is that all these last 10 years were just warm up. We haven't started yet. And the reason is for the last 10 years we had to convince people that this is important. And I honestly feel like we no longer have to do that. Like, I don't know, maybe Monique will understand. In 2019, we had the largest camp. We had 420 kids in one simple camp. And I will tell you, all of them were paying. And the reason to why we make people pay, and I would say this because schools accuse us of all sorts of things. You want to make money out of us. 20,000 is not enough money. But the reason to why we make people pay, it is a question of principle. Money is value. Money is value. Where you see value, you put money. And the problem is many of us on the continent are used to free things. And free things, when you get free things, you don't take it seriously. And part of what we have done, and we've been very, very, very headstrong about, is that when you participate, you have to pay. And of course, we always make sure that those who can't pay, we make it. But that is because I want people to put value there. No one is going to argue with an iPhone, with Apple, on how much the iPhone is going to cost. No one does that. So why do we argue about the education of a kid? How much value is that? How much value is it when a kid is able to express themselves and go to places that they never thought possible? So for the past, when we had the largest camp, and everyone was paying. But for me, it showed that people understand the value that is there. But here's the exciting part is that now we have to deliver. We have to deliver. We started working with 10 schools. We're currently working with 115 schools. We started in the beginning working with about 300 kids. Anyone who is before 2015, I know both of their names. But now we work with on an estimate about 5,000 kids on a weekly basis, right? But here's the exciting part. Again, we're still scratching the surface. So what I want to do is to share some really important things that are happening in the next 10 years. So in the next 10 years, we currently work in 2 provinces. In the next 5 years, we're going to work nationwide. So we're going to work in all 5 provinces. And our vision is that in 2032, we're going to have 2032, we're going to have all schools, all secondary schools in Rwanda having a debate program and participating in our programs. And I'll tell you why. Someone told me, and I don't even remember who it is, they told me that it takes 20 years to change a culture. And I would say we're only halfway there. And one of the things that I've seen is, and it's almost like the beauty of doing something on purpose, is I always told people who want to make money too soon, and I remember Kate used to say this, it was like, I'll be here in 10 years, you will not. And what I'm sure is, for me, my dream is we're going to be here in 100 years, and I don't even have to lead it. And the exciting part of all of this is that what we have done for the last years is just learning. There is no amount, the same thing I used to tell Fred and Pat, that sometimes you lose so much that the only way is up. And for me, I feel like something has happened, and now I know that in the next 10 years, great things are going to happen. So let me give you a few examples. As of, I'm announcing it today, but Idebate is going to be in partnership with Bank of Kigali. They have provided us about 40 million for us to continue doing our program. One of the next frontiers that we're going to do is, I think that we haven't hit our greatest impact. Our greatest impact is going to happen in rural public schools. I want to go where no one is going. I remember, Bangali can tell you, 2 years ago we went to a school in a rural, I don't remember what village it was. And the director said, why are you here? And we started explaining, you see, well, debate, and he's like, no, that is fine. He's like, no, why do you come here when no one actually comes here? And he said that everyone goes to all these, they go to Agahozo and go to other places. Why do you come here? And then I remember saying, we definitely want to be there. And for me, what I'm excited about, I think our greatest impact is in front. We're going to start working with all rural and public schools in Rwanda. My target is that because of the way funding works, it is actually hard for a public school to be able to participate in the program. What I've refused to accept is, I don't believe that any American student is just by default smarter than a Rwandan student. And then secondly, I also don't believe that just because someone is in the city and someone has gone to a good school, that then they're smarter than everyone else. I think everyone should have the chance to prove themselves, and if at least they have that opportunity. So for me, what we are going to do is in the next year and in the next about 3-4 years, we're going to expand and have at least 200 new public schools joining our program. We get accused that this is a program for Green Hills kids. That's usually what people say. Oh, it's nice for the Green Hills kids who speak English. But actually, it is not true. 68% of the schools that we work with are public schools, right? And those in all the majority of the schools that we work with are actually not schools that anyone would go to. And I've seen someone here, and I have to thank them. Caroline, can you please stand up? Can we give a round of applause to Caroline? And I'll tell you why. Caroline used to work for a foundation called the Sigo Family Foundation. And in 2019, Bangali probably remembers, we applied to be part of their program to go through an incubation program of 6 months. And then Caroline reaches out. She's like, no, I actually think you guys are grown. Why don't you apply for you to be part of the people that we give money to every year? And we thought, this is not possible. And I remember they came to visit us. Caroline, you might not know, but the team spent 2 days practicing every night. So Bangali and Wesley used to sit down and they would repeat. But what I'd like to say is that, Caroline, thank you for trusting us. You took a chance on us, and you can ask the team, true to God. I used to tell them, let's make Caroline look good. It was never about doing anything. It was about making you look good. So thank you. Thank you. So, as I was saying, we are now working with 68% of our program being public schools. So then now, in the next few, actually next year, one of the things that I really want to do is to bring more corporates and commercial companies to actually invest in education. So as I've said, Beka is going to, they're going to, how do I say it? They are going to adopt 25 public schools. So that means that 25 public schools are going to be able to have our program for free because Beka has paid for it. All right? And secondly, I think you have also seen, is that we're now currently in the process of onboarding or actually starting working with Sanlam. If you see their logo, it says, live with confidence. And I remember meeting with the CEO, and it was never about convincing her about debate. She's like, don't need to convince me. How do we make this happen? And so we are also going to start to work with them to figure out how do we include more public schools in all the programs that we do. All right? So, I know I have spoken a lot, but one of the things I would like to say is the next 10 years are going to be better. I'm so excited about it. I am very excited. And one of the things that I love is that everyone who works in Idebate was a student in Idebate. I work with Babu, who I first coached when he was 14. He was this small. And now he is a communication manager. I've told you about Bangali, my PA, right? And every volunteer, all of them were part of our program, which for me shows that there's something that is working. And I am so excited because I know that what the future holds is so much better than what we've seen. And I'd like to say that the most beautiful thing of my life is that I know for a long time is, when you birth something, you're constantly believing that something will happen, that something will happen. And I always said, guys, I have to prove it. It's possible. And part of, I think my team always says that Jean-Michel just loves fighting. Like, you always have to prove that it can be done. But what I am so excited is that I'm alive to be able to witness this. And that is the greatest gift. That is the greatest gift of my life. This is the greatest gift of my life. I'd like to say thank you to all the students. You have given my life purpose. You have given my life purpose. Sometimes I look at you guys, Ivan left, and then Bruce also left. He's here. But I remember, there's nothing more gratifying than sitting somewhere and then someone is like, yo, there's this guy. I remember one time there was this person I was talking to, and they're like, oh, I need to send you this thread that was written by this guy called Bruce. And I was like, oh, that sounds like a good name. And then, but I think for me, the most amazing part of my life, the most amazing thing is I got to see it before everyone else. I knew it, and for every one of you, I can tell the stories. I knew it before everyone else knew it. I think it's a gift from God. God has given me an ability to see talent. And then now, when people get to see it, it's only a naturalization of what I saw before. So, I am so grateful I get to see this. I get to see, it's not a lot of people who get to see the work of their life, or, it's not everyone who gets to see the fruit of what they have done. And I'm so grateful. Let me tell you guys, I don't have, maybe I should. I always tell guys, I don't have an investment account somewhere. I don't have land anywhere. But one thing I do have is my biggest investment has always been in people. I've always invested in people. So meaning if you guys don't do well, then I'm broke for life. But my greatest investment has always been in people, and I'm so glad that it has happened. And what I know, and I would say this, is that the future, I'm so excited about the future. I'm far more excited about the future than I am about the past. I think that for me, my dream has never been to be the head of Idebate for 30 years. Honestly, I hate anyone who knows me. I have one suit, and that's what I wore for Daddy's wedding. Like, that's the only suit I have. I had to make this. This had to be made the day before yesterday, and that's because Tanya and Bebe were asking me, what are you wearing? I honestly don't like all of these things. I don't like it. So me leading Idebate was just because it needed to be done. But what I'm excited to say is that in the next year or so, I'm going to transition out of my position as the executive director. I am no longer going to be the top, or I'm still going to be involved because no one ever leaves their baby. But I'm far more excited because I am hoping, and it has always been my dream, that younger guys take it up. I usually tell guys, I'm getting old. I need to have babies and what normal people do, and have a wife and something. I think these guys are like, but what I want to prove again, is that all of this, if you put in the structures, if you build people, they will do amazing. So that will be my next stage. As of next year, we'll find someone else who's going to take my position, and I have no doubts that they will do better. I always said that great people build greater people, and my job is I want to be great. And to be great, I have to build people who are better than me. And to all the students, I will tell you, if you are as good as Jean-Michel, and by the way, I'm very competitive and I'm quite good, then you have failed. Because for me, I want you to be better than me. I have no insecurity of you outshining me. Please do so. Please be better than me, because that will mean that I've done a fantastic job. And yeah, what does one say? I am so grateful, I am so happy. And what I hope is that, we all continue just doing what we do. And what I want to prove, and what I really hope, is that we're able to see that at the end of the day, if we invest in one another, that great things can come. And that is just that. And I would like to say that I am the most joyful and the happiest person I know. And that is because of all of you. And I'd like to say thank you to parents. I forgot. Let me tell you, Monique said it. How could some of them will trust at 20, I was 20-something, I don't want to say my age, 20-something around that time. And some of them would trust their kids to me. And I'd like to say thank you. Thank you, because I know how hard it is. I know how hard it is. I think that the thing that Idebate taught me is to be a parent before I have my own children. I remember once I went on a date. I was having just dinner, nothing else. And then I was talking to this girl, and I kept on saying, oh, yeah, my children, my kids. And then she kept quiet the whole time. And then she's looking at me the whole time, and I'm like, my kids. And then she said, how many kids do you have? And all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, I have thousands kids. And then she's like, huh? I'm like, no, that's not what I meant, right? Because then later on she told me, she was like, okay, I was okay dating someone who's a single father. But a single father of 1,000 kids, I can't handle. But I've learned how to be a father before having my own children. And I hope that what a father provides to you is what we call tough love. There's something that Jade said, that you can't come to me with things that are not well done. But beyond anything, I hope you all know that I love you. I am very proud of you. And seeing you succeed is my life's greatest joy. Thank you.
Thing. The dream of every person who has ever been an Idebater is you want to volunteer in Idebate and then be employed in Idebate. And once that doesn't happen, you're so mad, you're so sad. But I'm glad I was not employed in Idebate, because you get to take it out there. You get to show, and trust me, now as Jean-Michel said it, nobody doubts anymore, because we are the living proof. So the next 10 years from us are going to be to testify outside there. And for the newcomers, welcome on board. And so what's up next?
First of all, I hope you will all join us in this journey, right? Right? Turi kumwe? Nous sommes ensemble. Perfect. Thank you so much. Guys, I would like to, on behalf of Idebate, and I believe that Jed shares the sentiment as well, to thank you so very much for having taken time out of your day to be here with us today to celebrate the many milestones that Idebate has achieved over the last 10 years, the parents, the teachers, the school administrators, all the volunteers, the students themselves. All of you have been an invaluable part of this journey, and we hope to continue the journey with you all. Nk'uko mu Kinyarwanda bavuga, ntakaryoshye gahora mwitama. Imihango yacu yo kwizihiza iyi sabukuru y'imyaka 10 igiye gusorezwa hano, ariko ndagira ngo mbararikire abadafite gahunda zihuta cyane tube turi hanze gatoya. Benshi muri twe, it's been years we haven't seen each other, so please take some time to reconnect, to network with each other, to ask amakuru. And for the young people in the room and the young at heart as well, there is an after party.
Yay, like the Idebate kind of after party.
With our very own DJ Hot Temper.
Woo! Bangali Diakite.
Na DJ Nyata Bangali. Baraba bari mu kazi kose. Mwakoze cyane, mwakoze kwemera kuduha umwanya njyewe na Jed.
Mwakoze.
Mugire ijoro ryiza.